at 4 and over for the first couple of overs, but she's now dragged that down to less than 3. Fought back nicely.
At the moment, she's about the second most economical bowler in the team, being Lonshono Meso, who opened the bowling, who went at 2.17 and over, which contributed to the Dolphins only being 33 for 1 after 10 overs.
Yeah, it was a tidy power play in terms of the bowling for the DP Old Lions. You mentioned them keys, and Samantha Scooter also bowling 5 overs for just 18 runs.
That last over she bowled was rather expensive, going for 5.
Edged this time past wicketkeeper Tabete. Is he going to get to the boundary? It just about a wonderful effort by Madison Lunsman, who has clawed that back just before the rope. And they get 2 runs. But a lucky escape for Candler. It's 88 for 3 after 25 overs, so we're halfway through the innings. Sarah, the Lions have had some pretty epic run chases this season at the Wanderers. What do you think they'll be confident to chase down in 40 overs?
I think, to be honest, anything you throw at the Lions is, there's never been a time in the change room where we've doubted a score. It's always been, there's a score, we've got a job to do, let's go out and do it. And this team has always been very confident in their ability and their talents, and always fighting as a unit. I mean, the last run chase that we had here, that was humongous against the Titans. Jenna Evans came in at around number 7, quite low down in the order, and she managed to score 104.
Nice played, wonderful shot by Alex Candler. Reverse sweep for 4.
Yeah, so I think a lovely shot there by Alexandra Candler. But yeah, the Lions are very confident that whatever you throw at them, they're going to do their utmost best to chase it down or complete the task at hand. A very focused bunch of individuals as a team, very focused. So I think at the end of the day, whatever you throw at them, they'll be happy to put the work in.
Nettleton continues. She adapts to that reverse sweep. Stepping outside off stump now. Candler, good cricket. Working the leg side for a single. Takes her to 43. And it's 93 for 3. Yeah, I guess the attitude is that if the opposition managed to put up a certain total, we just need to score 1 more. Of course, today complicated by the Dolphins have 50 overs to post a total, and the Lions need to get that within 40 if they're going to claim the title.
I definitely do think that's possible. Obviously, we've got Nonkululeko Tabete and Palesa Mapu up front, who are not as quick strikers or scorers.
It's a very good sweep by Zintle Mai and some innovative fielding by Jenna Evans. Is it Jenna on the boundary?
That is definitely Jenna Evans.
Mid-wicket, putting her body on the line. But she did well to save 4.
Never wears a cap. That's how you tell Jenna from the rest of the team, if you're sitting far away.
Half volley on leg stump. Nicely flicked away by Candler. Evans in play again at deep mid-wicket. Oh, the awkward bounce of the throw took it away from wicketkeeper Tabete. Otherwise, it may have been a run-out chance there. Palesa Mapu, the wicketkeeper, apologies.
It's always very difficult to run it too if you're hitting it straight out there to the fielders on the leg side. Jenna Evans being very good on the boundary, known for her boundary fielding. Same as Lehlono Miso, who's in front of us at long on, and then Samantha Skitter at deep square. Very good boundary fielders with an arm, very quick, athletic humans.
Yeah, and it was struck well too, so it got to Jenna Evans quickly. Bit of a dodgy second run, but all good for the Dolphins at the end of 26 overs. They are 96 for 3, and Candler 45 not out, Marley on 12. The batters out, Kundin for 1, Kawu for 28, and Shangasi for 1 as well. There's some big team news in terms of the Dolphins side. So we're missing some key players today, aren't they?
Definitely one of their big batters, or should we say one of their biggest contributors in Nicole de Klerk is missing. She scored quite a lot of runs for them this season. As far as we understand, Nicole de Klerk is out with an injury. Ayanda Hlubi is out. And there's another Dolphins player out in Mlaba who is currently in with the Proteas today.
Misses the sweep, does Marley. LBW appeal, but umpire Nenesiwe Madondo says that was not hitting the stumps. Oh, how did that miss? Beautifully flighted by Khamotso Rapport. Totally beat Marley, and somehow it missed off stump.
Yeah. Khamotso Rapport, a very key part of the Lions setup, not only being the captain, but an incredible bowler. As mentioned previously, she's the highest wicket taker for the Lions so far this season, with her best statistics being 5 for 15 against the Recon Tactical Free State ladies in Bloemfontein. So a very integral part to the team. Only 21 years of age.
Nicely cut through the gap by Candler, just the one. Yeah, Rapu, she's a feisty character as well. I imagine she's the sort of captain that the team can really get behind and follow. She's got a really competitive spirit.
Definitely a very competitive spirit, and one of those people who's willing to do anything for the team. She's grown so much as a player throughout the season. As you know, this is her first season as the skipper. So she's grown so much, and she's an incredible leader.
Mistimed back to the bowler. Too much bottom hand there from Candler. And that ends the 27th over. 98 for 3. This partnership, we're 26 now. And I'm just saying his key middle overs here in this crucial match in the One Day Cup.
Very key overs. Need to try and make sure we're getting some wickets here and keeping the run rate as low as possible, which I think the Lions have done pretty well so far. Alex Candler is only striking a 56.79 at the moment, having scored 46 runs off 81 balls. Zintle Marley, also very low strike rate. She is currently on 12 runs off 22 balls, making her strike rate 54.55. It looks like we have Samantha Skitter back into the attack.
I was just going to ask whether maybe it's time for one of the new ball bowlers to come back for a couple of overs to see if the Lions can break this burgeoning partnership. Keep an eye standing up for Skitter. We're going to have Gert Maloney on commentary after 30 overs, and one of the questions he was asking off air, Samantha Skitter bowls big induckers, and he was wondering about a leg slip for her. Maybe not in the power play, but maybe in these middle overs, a leg slip could be handy. At the moment, Captain Rapu's got a fine leg that she's busy bringing squarer, as Skitter nicely punched down the ground for one.
I think that one was a bit full. As soon as the length will be pulled back again, then you're in that uncomfortable area where batters often battle to play Samantha Skitter. She bowls a very hard length, and then obviously she's moving it a lot, so she's playing a lot of, could we say, mind games with the batter in terms of movement and length and line.
Better length, bit of swing as well. Nicely worked though by Marley round the corner for a single. Yeah, I guess Sam Skitter's modus operandi, if you like, is she wants to kind of get the batter half forward and bowl them through the gate. LBW as well, maybe.
Yes, she's very good at that. I've actually played her in a club game, and because she knows me so well, she told me after the game, "This is what I did to you. I know you like to drive, so I just dangled it there for you like a carrot and pushed it straight to mid off." So
there we go. Yeah. Always good to, if you're a batter, to get feedback from the bowlers on what the plans are, how they bowl to you. And likewise, if you're a batter, if you're a bowler, to get feedback from the batters on what they are looking to do. That's nicely driven. It's through extra cover, a bit of work to do. And oh no, misfielded just slightly. Oh, it was a valiant effort. Running by the cover sweeper, Tabete.
That takes Alexandra Candler up to 50 runs. A very stable and consistent player for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins. Well done, Alex Candler.
Yeah, she's been there for 102 minutes.
Faced 85 balls at a strike rate of 56, sorry.
She's laid the platform, and now the Dolphins will want her to accelerate a bit in the second half of this innings. Nicely worked through mid-wicket.
Alexandra Candler seems to really like the half belt. A few years ago, she scored 90 odd runs here.
Yeah, she's very technically correct, plays with a nice straight bat. Clearly well organised defensively. But short from squitter. Nicely guided by Marley. Work to do for Sarah Nettleton, and she can't pull it off. So another boundary in this over. And it's been a bit expensive for Sam Squitter. 11 off it. And the Dolphins are 109 for 3 after 28 overs.
Definitely. This is getting Alex Candler close to her highest score so far this season, which she scored in Durban versus the Free State Women. She scored 57 not out that game and is looking close to reaching that today. Alex Candler's currently sitting on 52 of 85 balls. Zinhle Mali, the experienced Zinhle Mali, sitting on 13 runs off the 24 balls.
It's Candler's third half century of the season. She's had a very decent campaign, helping the Dolphins to top of the log. 189 runs before this innings, and an average of 37.80. Lovely flight again from Rapu, and treated with a lot of respect by Candler.
She had a very good first season for the Dolphins, and she's not as good as her first season, her second season, but nonetheless, she still has contributed a lot of runs to the Dolphins. She's probably the second highest contributor to the Dolphins for this season, having started her provincial cricket career at KwaZulu-Natal Inland.
That's the gap I think that Candler's trying to work, is in between extra cover, down to long off there. Rapu's inviting the drive, big gap there for her to hit through. She just hasn't quite been able to find it yet this over. Now the sweep. Oh, good work. Oh, very good work by Sunette Viljoen-Low.
I think maybe the better option might have been the bowler's end, in my opinion. It looked like it took Candler a while to get off her knee from sweeping, and she got there very late. But nonetheless, there still was a dive from Zinhle Mali. So either way, good work in the field from the Lions. Zinhle Mali also being quite a good contributor for the Dolphins throughout the season. She's had a few 20s, and her highest contribution being 41 not out against the Garden Route Badgers in Oudtshoorn. So could be building quite an integral partnership here for the Dolphins.
Quicker and flatter by Rapu, but Candler handles it comfortably. It's the end of the 29th over, 111 for 3.
That takes Alexandra Candler to 53 and Zinhle Mali to 17 runs. Still striking at a very low strike rate, but I suppose as they're building, they can press on in the last few overs or the last 10. And they've got wickets in hand, so I suppose they're building, creating a nice strong base so they can push out and score runs. Looks
Yeah.
like the Lions are having a bit of a powwow in the middle there.
It does look like there's a bowling change as well. Hobile Keys is going to replace Sam Scooter at the golf course end. The DP World Lions have used 5 bowlers so far. We'll just run through their bowling figures between deliveries. They began with Lesloho Nolo Miso bowled very well, 6 overs, 1 for 13. We've spoken about Scooter, 6 overs, none for 29. Mkeez is about to begin her 6th over. She's got 1 for 23. Has Mkeez now, left arm over the wicket. Bit full, but the drive dragged a bit. And the straight mid wicket does well for Leon Lowe. We had spin from Captain Rapu, 9 overs, 1 for 21. Another very good performance by her. And Sarah Nettleton, the other spinner, 3 overs, none for 19. Full and wide and called wide. Sarah, if the Lions do want a 6th bowling option, who do you think they'll be looking at?
I think they'll definitely be looking at possibly Jenna Evans as the next one, and then it would be between Kirsty Thompson and Madison Landsman, depending what they want from a bowler. Obviously, Madison Landsman bowling leg spin and Kirsty Thompson being a part-timer bowling off spin.
Sliced to cover point and taken. Playing all across that delivery was Zintle Mali, and Rachel Bukhile Mkeez has her 2nd wicket.
And a lovely take there by Khamotso Rapo. A player with very safe hands. And that means Zintle Mali departs for 18 runs off of just 27 balls. Alex Candler still in, holding down the fort for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins.
Yeah, so a timely breakthrough for the DP World Lions, just as another partnership was starting to develop. 40 runs put on for the 4th wicket. So they keep chipping away. These are valuable breakthroughs, and perhaps if they can nip out Cadler at the other end as well, then they'll be in a very strong position.
I definitely think at the moment the Lions are building pressure, and if the Dolphins keep on letting pressure build like this, or the Lions keep on building this sort of wicket pressure and run pressure, that may put Alex Candler under a bit of pressure to start pressing on a bit, and that could cause the fall of her wicket, but we'll just have to wait and see how this game plays out so far.
Yeah, Candler pretty much the queen pin in the Dolphins batting at the moment, as we believe it's Sisha Ngubani who's come to the wicket. No, Seshni Naidu is now at the wicket for the Dolphins, facing Mkeez. Nice looking drive to mid-off to start.
Lovely looking drive, and Seshni Naidu can be quite an explosive player, so maybe it's the sort of what the Dolphins will need right now to press on a bit. But we haven't seen her bat too often this season, this high up.
Nicely bowled by Mkeez, pulling the length back and striking Naidu on the pads, but I fancy that was going down the leg side.
Thought that may have been a tad high in my opinion.
As well, yes.
Yeah. Also, we spoke about Seshni Naidu. She was recently in the emerging team that went to the Africa Games in Ghana.
Nicely struck. And Jenna Evans, Sarah Nettleton rather, did well to just get a hand on that and stop it, keeping it down to 1 for Naidu. She's off the mark, 113 for 4.
From the 10 games in front of me, I am looking at statistics at the moment, just to give you some perspective.
Edge to short third man. And Sarah Barber will just hold that thought, because that's the end of the 30th over. It's 113 for 4. And as promised earlier, Gert Maloney will now be joining Sarah Barber.
Looking at the statistics right in front of me at the moment, there's 3 occasions in which Seshni Naidu has batted for South African emerging team. Twice where she has batted. 3 not out and 0. And then recently on the 17th of March 2024, she has scored 9 runs for the Dolphins. So not much batting this season for Seshni Naidu. The rest of the games, so 7 games where she has not had a chance to bat. And counterattack coming in from the caller drive end. And welcome to Gerk.
Thank you very much, Sarah. An honor to be with you on commentary. It's our first time together, so it's going to be fun.
Looking forward to it. Seshni Naidu on strike to counterattack. Respected that, and that's dribbled through cover Samantha Skitter for no run.
She'll be annoyed by that, would be Samantha Skitter.
Yeah, she would be indeed. She has very high standards for herself, so she's always looking to improve and is a bit hard on herself with fielding mistakes. And well, she recovers really well. She's one of the people who recovers really well from those sort of things. That's cut away to cover for no run. Relebohile Mkhize in the covers.
Yeah, she's very hard on herself. She does cover a big area as well. But as fielding goes, that was not the most difficult chance that she let slip through her fingers.
Definitely not. Swung out again and to cover again. This is sort of a situation where a batter will get very frustrated, in my opinion. You keep on hitting the same fielder over and over, but I suppose at the end of the day, you could eventually get through that gap. Khomoto, and again, big swing to mid-wicket, and that is no run. Straight to mid-wicket, which is Nonkululeko Tabete. It looks like they have a very attacking field at the moment, having only one fielder out, which is Kyle Corner. Khomoto in again to 10 for 4 off of 31 overs.
I was a bit surprised that they actually pushed out the field that last delivery. It was almost giving her the single to get her back on strike. So Lions might want to rethink that strategy, especially if it's the last ball. She wants to go over the top. Let her maybe take the risk. Thus far, they've been holding on to their catches.
Definitely. The DP World Lions have done very well in terms of catches at the beginning of the season, at the first game of the season. I think there were quite a few drop catches, but so far they have held on to every single one, and they've improved. The catch percentage so far throughout the season has improved so much. Looks like we have a fielding change. Nonkululeko Tabete gone off the field and Diara Ramlakan come on. Relebohile Mkhize coming into bowl. A bit fuller, slashed away for 4 runs.
That's a lovely shot through cover.
Lovely shot through cover. Seshni Naidu does love that space to free her arms, and she is a powerful cricketer.
It's one of those where she was just hoping for the bowler to give her something to get off the mark with. And first boundary in her innings, and just picked out that gap to perfection. But the bowler just a little bit full on that occasion, looping it up and just tossing it up and making it easy for Naidu to get through the covers.
Definitely. I think she'd probably have to pull her length back a bit to be that effective. There you go, slashed again. That's over the inner ring. Sarah Nettleton picks that up as cover sweeper, and that's just the 1 run, bringing Alexandra Candler back onto strike.
And a great result for the Dolphins. That's 5 from 2 deliveries. And if you're a Lions supporter, as we know you are, Sarah, what would you guys be comfortable with chasing in that 40 overs that you need for the bonus point?
I suppose now that you making me think of the 40 overs. That slashed away to the deep square boundary, and that's for Samantha Skitter, just missing out on that stop. That's been quite an expensive over so far by Relebohile Mkhize. Comfortable. I'd say comfortable, probably 180. Let's go 180 comfortable. 150 to 180. But as I mentioned earlier with Ken, the Lions are sort of we've got such a deep batting lineup that even though 1 or 2 may not score, we've got so many people that can hold the bat and we know can score runs. And again, that's really full. Stopped by Diara Ramlakan at points.
Bit of a mixed bag by Mkhize this over, and I agree with you. You do bat very, very deep, does the Lions. But that sometimes is your Achilles heel as well as a batting team, is where you figure, listen, we can go hard in the top because we got such a long lineup.
Definitely, sometimes that is the case. Relebohile Mkhize in again to Nadu. Oh, sorry, Alexandra Candler. And she sort of seems to respect that. That was a brilliant length and brilliant line. That's what we usually see from Relebohile Mkhize. Brilliant line, brilliant length. Very difficult to play, makes you very uncomfortable. Left-hander coming over the wicket, across the right-hander, then bringing it in, cramping them up quite nicely. And again, that's nice and full and straight, and that's work to the mid-wicket, which is Sunet full low. That takes the Dolphins to 123 of 32 overs for 4 wickets. 4 wickets down.
Because this game is effectively a final.
Yes.
Well, you and Ken did discuss it as well. It is a final. It is whoever wins, or let me rephrase it. If the Dolphins win, they win the one-day cup.
Yeah.
If the Lions win, they cannot just win. They must pick up the bonus point as well. So for the Lions, it is effectively a 40-over innings that they're preparing themselves for. So it's very important for them not to get too much ahead of themselves. They need to restrict the runs. I tend to agree with you. 180, I think, would be the max that they want to go for. But they need to be keeping up wickets as we see another change in bowler as well.
We've got Madison Landsman coming on to bowl from the call it drive end. We've got 3 fielders out. We've got a cover sweeper. We've got deep square leg and a cow corner. Madison Landsman in again to Seshni Nadu. That's slashed into the gap. And that is picked up by Samantha Skitter on the boundary for just the 1 run. Say if there was a fielder there, that could have been a chance at a catch. But as we know, you can't change what happened in the past. And there is no fielder there.
That's one of those things where you wish you had a couple more shirts in yellow on the field.
Definitely do wish that.
But that specific field has been pushed down to the fence just to protect the boundary.
Getting quite a lot of purchase off the surface here, Madison Landsman. Very good at controlling her pace and her flight. Sometimes becomes very difficult to play her when the pitch is really working for her and she's really got her flight and her
We've actually seen that the pace off deliveries has been working nicely for them as she just pushes it down to that fielder on the sweeper fence for another one. Taking the pace off for the spinners have worked thus far. It's actually the seamers that they've looked comfortable against.
Definitely. I think being at the half felt, it comes on a bit quicker, makes everything easy. And being able to take the pace off and getting purchase on the pitch, I think is very effective for the bowling side at the moment. Makes them a bit uncomfortable. And generally, spinners also very difficult to play or harder to play because you've got to create all the pace on the ball by yourself. Whereas a seamer, all the pace can come off the bat. You can play a nice check drive, whereas a spinner, check drive's not going to really get you anywhere unless it's quite full. And that is a miss from Seshni Nadu as she tries and cuts it through that same gap that we were talking about earlier. Madison Landsman in again. That's quite straight and it moves away. And Seshni Nadu just almost, I don't know, there was a bit of a nothing shot, if you could say. There was no real intent in that shot. It was just hung out.
It's almost just like popping it up for fielding practice. But the one thing that I've noticed is, especially with the leg spinners, they've just been bowling a little bit too wide, give them a chance to rock onto that back foot and just punch it through that offside. Maybe with the purchase that they're getting, go that tad fuller, make them dry from the front foot, and that might just bring in a couple more edges, a bit of uncertainty as well. Do I go forward? Do I go back? Especially with her giving so much flight. That could work for her as well.
Definitely. And also, obviously, being straighter brings in, making the batter feel like they have to play it. And that takes the Hollywoodbets Dolphins to 127 for 4 after 33 overs. And we have a bowling change with Leslono Miso coming into bowl from the golf course end at the DP World Wanderers.
She had a great opening stint with the 6 overs only going for 13 runs and picking up a valuable wicket. So fantastic start for her to this match. And this is, you can actually see them bringing back their frontline bowlers a lot quicker because they need those wickets. They need to stop the run flow. And the big wicket is the opener for the Hollywoodbet Dolphins. Candler is the one that they want.
It looks like we've had them change their minds, and Relebohile Mkhize is coming in again. The left arm seamer coming left arm over to Alexandra Candler, who is currently sitting on her top score for the season, 59 of 98 balls. Nice and full, and that's driven. Relebohile sticks out the boots, and that is no run.
Very lucky if you can get the bottom part of the boot there, because if that goes a little bit higher to the ankle, that normally is very sore, and you can express yourself in in very unfriendly ways.
Definitely, but luckily it looks like it hit the bottom of the boot. Hopefully, no limping from Relebohile. And again to Candler. That's a beautiful line, just outside off and moves slightly away. And short third of Nonkululeko or Tabete has picked that up for no run.
Mkhi's change-up ball, is that a slow ball? Is it a cutter? Or does she have one? Or is it basically just flighting it up there, just keeping the pace off?
She can bowl a slower one, and I've seen her attempt a few cutters, but generally it's her movements, and she just bowls in such lovely lines. Seen her Yorkers, she can bowl a Yorker. And that has been hit away onto the offside to the cover sweeper for just the one run, bringing Seshni Naidu onto strike.
It was a lovely dab, but she's been looking for those ones just to get off the mark, and you got to feel that her plan is to bat through the innings. If you see the way she's setting herself up,
I definitely think at this stage in the game, you don't want your bowlers coming in and having the responsibility of batting. So definitely probably trying to. That's a big hoik from Seshni Naidu, and that's a miss too. So another dot ball to Relebohile Mkhize.
As you mentioned, you don't want the bowlers to come in and do the hard work, especially with a big game like this. If she can go the distance, she can carry her bat. This would put the Hollywoodbet Dolphins in a fantastic position for this match.
Definitely would, and I'm sure both teams are very eager to win this trophy. So it's going to be a very good match to watch.
And both teams definitely would have had that discussion as well. I think during drinks, messages would have come out, said, you bat through, you try and take the team home. Because anything over 200 is going to be very tough to do in that first 40.
Definitely will be very tough to do in that first 40. I think if we are going to, or if the Lions are going to reach that 180, that's edged and stopped by short third. Looks like it'll just be the one run there for Seshni Naidu. Yeah, it definitely will be a bit tough to get 200 in those first 40. That takes the Hollywoodbet Dolphins to 129 for 4 after 34 overs, with Alexandra Candler on 60 of 101 balls, striking at 59.41, and Seshni Naidu on 9 runs of just 16 balls, also striking at quite a low rate, 58.82.
And it's very interesting if you look at the averages and the top scorers, top averages of this tournament, and you actually go through the list. The top 10 only has one Dolphin and one Lion in that top 10. It's very weird to actually, if you look at it, we've got the Clark on 5th, and then we've also got, let me just have a look here, we've got Jenna Evans in at number 7.
Jenna Evans, but this also, in these top 20 averages, Division 2 is also included, meaning it's considering that Division 2 teams play very less games or less games compared to Division 1 teams. Makes it a bit hard to sort of compare the two. But yeah, as you mentioned, Nicole de Klerk, one of the 5th highest average, but unfortunately is out due to injury. And then Jenna Evans, who is here currently and not injured. That is a beautiful shot, just on her knees, almost scooped or hit around the corner to deep backward square for just the one run. Lovely innovation there from Seshni Naidu.
Now both the batters just happy to rotate the strike.
I think at this stage you sort of have to be a bit happy to rotate the strike. The Lions have set their fields up very well, and that has been guided to short third for no run.
If you were in the Lions camp, would you not want to put a little bit more pressure on the Hollywood Dolphins? Maybe get one or two more fielders inside the ring and ask them to hit over the top, because it's just...
And that's a big appeal from Madison Landsman. It's hit Alexandra Candler on the pad, but it is not out from umpire Nelasiwe Madondo.
Maybe just put a little more pressure on the Dolphins. Ask them to hit over the top.
I think that may not be a bad idea, and that's hit into the gap, and unfortunately for the DP World Lions, that is unable to be stopped. That has pierced the gap beautifully between long on and cow corner. Beautiful placement. I think maybe with Seshni Naidu, I'd ask her to try and hit over, but Alexandra Candler is not someone we've seen often hits over. She loves to play along the ground. She keeps it nice and safe. Yeah, she loves that pretty crickets, beautiful straight bat driving. We've seen a few sweeps from her, a reverse and a regulation sweep, but I don't think we've seen anything in the air intentionally. So maybe with Seshni Naidu, I'd ask her to try and hit over. But Alexandra Candler, now that she's set, I think there's other ways we'd probably have to be looking for wickets. And that is the end of the over. That takes the Hollywoodbets Dolphins to 134 for 4 after 35 overs.
Just to continue on your point, because that's exactly what I'm asking, wouldn't it be better? Because we have not seen her show any intent of hitting it in the air. So maybe if you can just frustrate her a little bit, stopping her from getting off strike and asking her to hit over the top, take her out of the comfort zone. It's just that part of the game where you're 134, there's still 6 wickets in hand. 1s and 2s, 4, 5 and overs coming pretty nicely for the Dolphins. Maybe just think outside the box and maybe just do something different. As I mentioned earlier, it's all about that bonus points. For the Lions, if they pick up the win, it's not enough. The bonus points got to come with it.
Definitely. I think maybe something. And that is the beginning of the power play. Meaning 3 will only be allowed out for the batting power play. Relebohile Mkeys coming in from the golf course end with Seshni Naidu on strike. Left arm over to Seshni Naidu. That's a bit full, and that's been driven to cover right there with extra cover. Sorry, Madison Landsman slides to stop that.
I actually feel that this is going to help the Lions, to be honest. I think it will force the Dolphins to play a bit more expansively than they have done over the last couple of overs. Maybe just put some pressure on them.
Definitely. Relebohile Mkeys, that was a bit of a wide-ish Yorker for no run, no wicket there.
And you did mention that she loves bowling those. She loves tossing it up there, getting it into the block hole, and she does have that slight movement into the right-hander as well. Makes it very hard to judge as a batter.
Definitely. She's a very difficult batter to play if you haven't faced her a lot. It's taken a lot of people a long time to adapt to her. She's taken so many Proteas out of the games. And again, nice and full, and that's driven to extra cover. Madison Landsman stops that very well. And that is no run to Seshni Naidu. As you mentioned, our point or our discussion earlier on trying to force Alexandra Candler to go over, I think maybe my years of playing cricket with her, I played cricket with her from the age of 14 to about 18, 19-ish. No, it was about 18. I've never really known her to be someone to go over, even when they squeeze a field. So I think maybe that's why my opinion is like that. Slashed away, and that is over Kgomoto Rapo's head at point. And that will only be the 1 run. Good work on the boundary there from Serenet. That will be 2 runs. Very good work on the boundary from Sarah Nettleton. She had to cover a lot of ground to get there.
And just forcing Naidu to get over the top there. Just clearing the backward point there.
maybe a few inches. If Rapo was a few inches taller, that might have been a tickle on the edge of the fingers, but very good effort to try and get there. There you go. Seshni Nadu in the air again. One bounce to Kirsty Thompson at mid-off. This is what we took earlier, as I mentioned, Seshni Nadu liking to push that, getting power behind it. And I think maybe this is a very good pairing in terms of balancing each other out. Nice, pretty cricketer along the ground where Seshni Nadu's comfortable to go over and, go hard at the ball.
Yeah, as a captain, I think you would want one game plan for both these batters. Although one plays through the air, you want one to go and the other one to go as well.
Definitely, I think you're right.
Especially with the reputation, as you mentioned, not being a big hitter, not necessarily going over the top, forcing that player to play outside the comfort zone and say, listen, you want runs, you can have it, but go over the yellow.
Definitely. That takes the Hollywoodbets Dolphins to 136 for 4 after 36 overs. That also takes us to drinks. Yeah, I suppose with your the reputation, as mentioned earlier, of Alexandra Kanza.
We're going to have a quick break. We're going to wet the goggles. As you hear, there's one or two coughs here, a little chihuahua running around here. I do apologize for that. So we're just going to have something to drink there, and we'll be back in about 2 to 3 minutes.
Welcome back after the drinks break. It looks like we are going to be having Sarah Nettleton bowling from the call-it drive end to Alexandra Candler, who is currently on strike with a score of 64 currently, off of 105 balls, with a higher strike rate than we previously mentioned of 60.95. Seshni Naidu currently on 13 of 25 balls.
This partnership has gone on nicely. They're on 24.
Sarah Nettleton in again to Alex Candler, and that is a no run.
Again, just the slowness of the bowlers have just made it very hard for the batters to generate the pace, as you mentioned earlier. With the pace completely off, they got to generate that bat speed.
And that was short and pulled away into the leg side, and the cow corner boundary fielder comes in and fields that just for the 1 run.
Bit of excitement here as well. We let things fall as well when we see runs. 137 for 4.
Sarah Nettleton in again. And that is a good length, and that's a back foot punch between the two fielders, and a good stop by Kirsty Thompson just for the 1 run. I must say, Kirsty Thompson is one arm I do not enjoy taking on. But luckily she plays in the same club as I do.
Yeah, she does have a bit of a rocket arm. Sunette Loafloon as well.
Sarah Nettleton, and again, that's very straight and worked onto the leg side to the short mid-wicket fielder, which is Madison Landsman, for no run.
DP World Lions just trying to keep the runs as low as possible. 180, 200.
Looks like there's a bit of frustration from Alex Candler, unless I'm reading her body language a bit wrong, but there was a bit of a side tilt from the head. And that's probably what the DP World Lions really wants at this stage in the game. That's a bit wide, and Alex Candler is trying to pull that away, but that's gone down to the long on fielder.
A lovely forearm smash there. Bit of 15 love play there, bit of flat bat by Candler, and yeah, maybe just picking up a little bit of frustration, not being able to pierce that yellow wall on the offside, which brings us back to the conversation we had earlier of just bringing maybe in that boundary fielder, just cutting off the angles a tad.
That takes us to the end of the over. The Hollywoodbets Dolphins are currently on 139 for 4 after 37 overs. Alexandra Candler on 66 runs after 110 balls. Seshni Naidu, 14 runs after 26 balls. Relebohile Mkees coming in from the golf course end with Alexandra Candler on strike.
Mkee's been bowling well. She picked up 2 wickets. She had 1 expensive over.
Yes, she often is a key player. She started the season not as one of the main players. She's rather new to the setup, and she has been definitely a key player, being known within the team for taking out the Proteas when we play teams who have the Proteas present. At the moment, most teams in South Africa not having their Proteas present. Relebohile in again to Alexandra Candler. That's straighter, and that's a bit of a new shot I've seen. And that is a misfield by Sunette Viljoen-Louw, and they end up taking the 1 run.
Yeah, Sunette Viljoen-Louw will definitely walk back to her mark and give herself some choice words there. Another one that puts her fielding on a very high standard, and has got a rocket arm as well.
Definitely. That was a bit of a jumping and moving about from Alexandra Candler. I think she was a bit confused there by the bowling, or maybe she just lost a bit of concentration while that ball was being bowled. Relebohile into Seshni. That's a bit full, and that's a huge backswing straight to mid-off.
Just trying to get through that inner circle, which Naidu has been struggling to do. And again, another fantastic over. 3 balls to go in her spell. Only going for 39 runs, picking up 2 wickets.
Definitely. But Seshni has been sort of that player you miss, I hit. So every opportunity that she's got that has been, as we could class it, a bad ball, she has taken that opportunity and ran with it. Relebohile in again, that's rather straight. And a brilliant length. And Seshni has just pushed at that a bit early, and that's 1 bounce to the fielder, Kirsty Thompson, at mid-off.
And it's the second one in as many overs that we've seen that she nearly pushed down the throat of Kirsty Thomas.
Definitely. She loves to push at it. She's, I think, one of those batters who loves bat on ball. That's how she feels like she's really in. Relebohile in again, and that's a bit wider, and she tries to get that through that gap between extra cover and point, but is unsuccessful and gets hit straight to Madison Landsman.
Very important for her to finish off strong. One more ball to go in her bowling spell. We saw Rapo also finishing up with great figures, 1 for 22 in her 10.
That's beautiful figures from the captain. Talk about leading from the front there. Relebohile in again to Seshni, and that's straighter, and that's a bit of a Yorker length in the block hole, and that is no run. Well bowled, Relebohile Mkhize.
And she even took the pace off a tad, looped it in, and just died into that block hole. Makes it nearly impossible for any batter to get it through. As a batter, you're hoping for that inside edge to run down to fine leg. Fantastic bowling from her, finishing up her 10, 2 for 39.
Very well bowled by Relebohile Mkhize. I must say that's very smart cricket coming from her, seeing as everyone knows the Wanderers is that sort of pitch that comes on quite nicely, and as a batter you love it when it comes on, so taking that pace off is something that will just frustrate the batters even more. It looks like we may be having Lehlonolo Miso coming from the caller drive end. She has cap in hand ready to hand to the umpire, and it looks like it will be Lehlonolo Miso.
Yeah, very important for the DP World Lions to keep the momentum of dots going. They've been doing well thus far. They've been keeping down the run rate. The run rate is only 3.7 at the moment, which is a fantastic job done by the captain, Rapo, and her team from the DP World Lions. And from the Dolphins' perspective, you would want to get that run rate up. You would want that run rate to get up to around about 4.5, 5 to take the game away from the Lions.
Definitely. Lehlonomi so in again to Alexandra Candler. That's on the legs, and that's been worked to the long on fielder for just the one run. Definitely. I mean, you want to make this difficult for a team that has such depth in it. Not saying that the Dolphins don't have the depth, as they have many very experienced players, but yeah, you don't want to make it too hard for yourself to be able to defend this total. So from both sides, you want to be the Lions, obviously, keeping the total as low as possible, and Dolphins trying to press on a bit as there are only 12 overs left. And that is a dot ball from Lehlonolo Miso.
At the start of the power play, they were 134 for 4. That's in the 35th over. We are now in the 39th over, and they're 141 for 4. So the Lions did a fantastic job using the power play to their advantage.
I must say the Lions, the DP ball that is worked away to the leg side, looks like it's going to be 2. Very good running from the Dolphins, and a bit of miscommunication out there with Sarah Nettleton and Sunette Fulunlo. The Lions seems to thrive in the power play. As we know, the first power play only went for 33 runs. Very little runs. They were going about 2 point something per over. And now, again, the Lions are doing very well in the power play. Lesono Miso into Seshni Nadu, and that's full. And that's been driven to the cover sweeper just for the one run. I like the previous ball where they really ran hard on the first one looking for that second. That's the intent we, as a cricketer or a batter in this situation, you want to be showing.
And that's what's been lacking for me from the Dolphins, is that intent to push and put the pressure onto the fielding side.
That it's straight and worked to the mid-wicket fielder, Madison Landsman. Yeah, I agree with that one there. There's a lot more pressure that could be put on the fielding side. At the moment, not saying it's too easy for the Lions, but there's been no situations where it looks like they're turning and they're trying to make a run on a fielder's arm.
We've actually seen a few misfields that just stay dots because that intent of taking on and putting some pressure on that we are ready to go has not been there. So the Hollywoodbets Dolphins in the last 11 overs will just try and get the intent up, as you mentioned. They want to get over that 200 mark because that will make it very difficult for the DP World Lions to score within the 40 that they need to clinch the title. Dolphins just want a win. For them, it's all about the W, and the Lions can't just win. They must get the bonus points as well.
That takes the Hollywoodbets Dolphins to 144 for 4 after 39 overs. And we have a bowling change from the golf course end with Samantha Skitter coming back into the attack. Looking at field settings wise, we have a deep backward square and a cow corner, a mid-wicket and a cover sweeper. Far out there, looks like Sarah Nettleton at cover sweeper, Relebohile Keys at, looks like she's coming in at the moment, and Leslono Miso is coming out to long on, and Jenna Evans at cow corner.
Just the 3 fielders allowed outside the circle.
Samantha Skitter going to be coming right arm over to the right-handed Seshni Naidu, who is currently on 17 of 33 balls. That's nice and full, nice and straight, and that's hit through the gap between bowler's hand and mid-off and collected by the long on-fielder Leslono Miso for just the 1 run.
Very uppish, but Skitter has been proven this whole season to be very hard to get away. It's very difficult. She gets a lot of movement, lateral movement through the air. Her length is immaculate as well.
She's missed out on her length a few times in, I think, maybe her last 2 overs. But that one's a bit wide. Very good work from Palesa Mapo to collect that. And that has been called a wide by the umpire.
A bit of a tight call, I feel. But that was very, very wide. And it's been one of those interesting scenarios with a lot of movement that she does get.
That's a bit wide-ish again. Cut, and that is a dive from Khomoto Rapo, and only the 1 run taken off of that.
And I feel she's been a better bowler if she can go straight at the wicket, swing it into that middle and leg, which asks the question is maybe get a leg slip in there, get the leg glance going and having someone catching there.
I mean, that it totally is an option, but do you not think maybe with her being a medium-pace bowler, it might not carry on the leg side as much as it would on the off side? That's straighter and it hits the pads. No appeal there as it's probably going down leg.
If you see the intent there of the batter working around the corner, if her length is right, the ball's already on the way up. It will just get worked onto that leg side, and very easy catch there for a leg slip, or you can even go to maybe a leg gully. Get the flick because she's a medium pacer, maybe play it a little bit squarer than finer.
Definitely think that is possibly an option in the future. I mean, we've got a long off season ahead. Oh, that is a beautiful ball. That is beautiful length movement into the batter. It was a huge swing from Seshni Naidu and just missed out there. I don't know how that missed that off stump.
Oh, must be asking, is that stump's regulation size, is Skitter? Because that just kissed it on the outside.
That was a beautiful ball.
Naidu showing some frustration now, trying to go hard at the deliveries.
Yeah, she's in against Skitter. That's outside the off. And that is hit into sort of no man's land where the long on fielder collects it.
Now, not really where she aimed to hit that one. Wanted to go through the cover region, and then all of a sudden just getting the inside part of the bat.
Definitely. Yeah, as you mentioned earlier, she does seem to be showing a bit of frustration. She does swing quite hard at things. She has a big backlift, so Samantha Skitter in a bit straighter, and that's just outside off for no run. Collected there by the mid-wicket fielder, Sunette Fulyunlo. That is the end of the over, and the Dolphins are currently 148 for 4 after 40 overs.
And we hear the band in the background playing. They are getting some atmosphere going. We thank everyone who's come out to support the DP World Lions and the Hollywoodbets Dolphins here at DP World Wanderers. It is a lovely day in Joburg. It is a bit chilly in the shade, but it comes with the change of the season, change of the guard. And talking about change of the guard, we've got the legend, back on commentary. If he was an Avenger, he would have been our Captain America. Although he's got Tony Stark's brain, so he would have been the lovely mix.
I was always more of a Vision man, actually, Kat.
Well, that kind of fits you.
Vision was my favourite, yeah.
Ken Borland, welcome.
Hawkeye, also very fond of him, but they're all great. Captain America, Hulk smash. Yeah, and it's coming to that stage of the innings when the Dolphins need to think about a bit of a smash. Only 10 overs left in the innings now, and they've got 148 on the board.
And lovely lap shot, just going around the corner. Just working it. Is it a teaser? Viljoen. Oh, Sinet Viljoen just can't run it in. Fantastic little lap around the corner. And finally, we see another boundary here for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins. It's been a long time coming.
Yeah, Naidu came in and she showed a lot of intent, but the boundaries had just dried up a bit before that. Really good bit of innovation by young Seshti Naidu. And one feels a lot is going to depend on her. She's got herself in now. She's gone to 23 not out, and she looks to have the game that she could score quite quickly.
Very innovative as 150 comes up for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins. Finally, 152 for 4. And it's one of those scenarios where you want to win the match, but you also want to keep the bonus points away from the Lions. Again, going for that lap shot. A bit of a half-hearted appeal. There might have been a little bit of bat involved there. That's why they weren't too eager for that. Otherwise, we've been in great appeal.
Yeah, I thought they might have had a bit more of that. Looked pretty straight.
Tossing this one wider and not getting away with it. Just passing the wide line. Umpire very happy to give another run to the Dolphins. Just piercing that offside sweeper comes into play. Gize just picking it up and lobbing it into cover. 154 for 4. And that run rate is still the concerning part for me. It's only 3.8. And you mentioned it as you came in, they're going to need a little bit of a aggressive 3 or 4 overs.
Lovely flight by Sarah Nettleton. Yeah, given the Lions' history of very good run chasers here at the DP World Wanderers this season, they'll be delighted with a little over 200 to get in 40 overs to win the title.
Dropped short and pulled away powerfully, but straight to that deep mid-wicket fielder. It's Meso picking it up and throwing it in. It's the end of the over, end of 41, 9 to go. 155 for the loss of 4 wickets. And 3.8. Partnership is at 43 though, so they feel that they are pretty set. Candler is on 70. Naidu is on 24. And what would you think would the Dolphins be happy with? That they feel that, listen, we got this one and almost in the bag. They're not going to get this in 40.
Well, I'm going to be facetious and say 270, which they're not going to get unless something absolutely incredible happens. But, the Lions have chased totals like that down here at the Wanderers this season. So, okay, 270 and 40 to get the bonus point to win the title is probably going to be too much. But run a ball from here takes them to 210 in 40 overs. And I think the Lions might back themselves. It's turning into a lovely day. It looks a pretty good track for batting. So really the Dolphins need to try and get up to 230, 240.
Again, just a bit of a misfield, trying to fall on top of that one. And just on those practice pitches, the ball just every now and again tends to go away from you.
Candler,
single.
Yeah, Candler now 71 not out, but she just hasn't been able to find that other gear to step up the run rate. She's still hovering around a strike rate of around 60. and they just really need her to find a way to step it up.
Just maybe ask her to take one or two more risks. But again, you don't want your set batter to go out at this stage. Oh, Sadu tossing it up. Lovely ball. Oh, she's been brilliant, hasn't she? 7 overs, busy with the 8th, gone for 34. We saw Rapo bowling out her 10, 1 for 22, and then Kize, 2 for 39 in her 10, making sure there's around about that 3.8 run rate mark. Lovely delivery. Asking questions. So one thing from Sadu that I've enjoyed throughout the season is she makes a batter play. Every single delivery she makes you play. Even if she misses her lengths, she makes a batter play.
Absolutely, absolutely. And it's been surprising that she hasn't taken more wickets, Sarah Barber. She's easy to set a field to. Even that big drive, it's just one. She had a couple of overs, as Sarah Barber mentioned earlier today, where just her length, she got a bit full and was driven a couple of times. It just struggled with that normally immaculate length, but by and large she's been really good today again.
Little shimmy to the offside, and Candler just can't pierce that offside field, and a great length, just dropping it in right on the toes is Sadu.
Yeah, the Lions attack as a whole has done a very good job backing up the decision to bowl first. Miso, Lehlohonola Miso, 7 overs, 1 for 17, really good up front.
And that cover fielder comes into play. Thus far dealing in the ones, and that is the end of the 42nd over. It's 158 for the loss of 4. Partnership has moved on to 46, and this is great work for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins, as Candler and Naidu is doing a great job just to consolidate and hopefully setting up a bit of an onslaught with wickets in hand that last 3 or 4 overs.
Well, yeah, just continuing with that Lions bowling. Rele Bohile Minkeys, also a good outing. She's bowled out 10 overs, 2 for 39, as has the captain Khamotso Rapu, who another brilliant performance by her, just conceding 22 runs in 10 overs and getting the wicket. So 8 overs left. Miso has got 3 left, Skitter's got 2 left, and so one figures the other 3 overs are going to have to be bowled by the spinners, Nettleton or Madison Lunsman, and it is the leg spinner Lunsman who's actually coming in now, who I quite like the way she's been introduced, and she looks a bit threatening, she's getting a little bit of turn and bounce.
Lovely flight as well, getting the ball to dip on the batter. I would just like to see her bowl a little bit straighter and maybe get a mid-wicket in as well if she's going to continue bowling that line. If you go a bit fuller, asking them to drive, maybe even open up a little bit of a gap there. Have them a little, as we can see actually the field changing now. Can just see Meso coming across to that mid-wicket and opening up that cover region. They do have a sweeper on the fence, and maybe just go a tad straighter, getting the drive in.
That's it.
And as she's picking out that cover field, I love the fact that cover is a couple of steps off the ring as well, so can't really drop and go, makes the angle a lot smaller.
And it was tossed up above the eye line, drew the drive. That's where she wants to bowl.
There we go. This is now putting all the pressure on Candler. Oh, sorry, I beg your pardon, Naidu. Oh, what a delivery that was. There's appeals from both ends. It looks like she has been bowled.
It was stumping. It could have been stumped.
Both umpires lifting up their fingers. Oh, caught behind. There we go. I just saw both umpires lifting up their fingers. So it was a double play then for the DP World Lions. And that's exactly the line we were talking about. Get it, tossing it up, asking the batter to drive. And a great time for the DP World Lions. It's wicket time.
Well, a very good take then if there was an edge by wicketkeeper Palesa Mapur as well. give her credit, and she whipped the males off to try the stumping as well. So impressive work with the gloves by Mapu. But yeah, very good all round by the Lions there. The captain bringing Landsman on 43rd over. Some captains would be a bit nervous to bring your big loopy leg spinner on, but it's paid off with a big wicket. That is Seshni Naidu for 25. She looked dangerous, and the Lions have got a key scalp there, one feels. 159 for 5.
Partnership broken just before that 50 mark, so exactly what the DP World Lions would have wanted. The Hollywoodbet Dolphins would have wanted Naidu to kick on and get a little bit of a bigger score, get the partnership to run around about that 46th over mark, and then they can launch from there.
Yeah, exactly right. Naidu making 25 or 46 deliveries. She was there for nearly an hour. She did a good job. And it's just a pity for the Dolphins that she's got out, as you say, at a critical time, really, as we now have the left-hander
Gwanga Pinini has come in.
Wicketkeeper batter for the Dolphins.
What's nice for the Dolphins now is they've got a right-left combination going. So if they can just keep rotating strike now, it'll make it a lot more difficult. Will make it difficult for the DP World Lions.
Leg side bolstered for Landsman. She's got a cow corner and a deep square leg in place. And a long on.
Panini does leave a bit of a gap when she drives between that bat and pad. So I think that's what they're going for. You can see the offside field is packed. That extra cover is nice in and close. And that's exactly what they went for. Oh, the umpire just flicking the clicker. That nearly looked to the bowler if he's going to lift a finger. And nervous times for Panini.
Umpire Nelisiwe Madondo just walking away there. Lions thought they might be in business.
Again, tossing it up and getting the inside part of the bat. It's one of those close ones as we come to the end of the 43rd over. Successful over for Landsman and great captaincy by Rapo. 159 for a loss of 5. Just looking at that on the monitor again. Oh, that was close. That was close. We'll put it down to umpire's call.
Did it strike her just outside off stump? Was that the consensus? Yeah. So Madison Landsman, though, doing a great job. You know, she really tosses it up, but she's got good control, especially for a wrist spinner. And I'm sure she will carry on bowling from that call-it drive end.
Yeah, picking up her first wicket, only going for the 10 runs thus far in her 3 overs. And because she dips the ball, especially to a new batter on this track, getting a bit of purchase. Sarah mentioned it earlier, there's a bit of purchase on this deck. It's going to make it very hard for the left-hander to drive. She'll have to go with the spin. And then, as you mentioned, they've enforced that leg side field to keep the boundaries to a low. Run rate still at 3.7. Candler is the key now. If they can get Candler out, they're in with a shout here. Oh, as we mentioned, it just dropping short of that third man that's inside the circle. And that was nearly the big wicket that they needed. It's like Sinet Viljoen low there.
Could she have got there?
Oh, I think she might have just not picked it up early enough.
Her first instinct was almost back on her heels, as if, as you say, she battled to pick it up a bit.
Oh, nice and straight. This will be the game plan for the DP World Lions as they turn for a second. Great running. That's the second time we've seen over the last couple of overs that there's some intent with the running, Ken.
Yeah, it's picked up a bit. You should get to the boundary. Interesting that Candler's game plan against Insung Cutters very much seems to be stepping onto off stump or outside and working it to leg.
As we see there once again moving to that fourth stump. This time round, Mess will pick it up. I don't think they'll take on her very quickly, as we don't see a very powerful throw from her there. Just gently getting it into the bowler.
Yeah, perhaps Scooter could go a bit wider outside off stump to Candler. See if she can hit it through the covers.
New batter. Oh, I like this from the Lions, putting pressure on, closing up that offside field. It's lovely to see. It's a lot of pressure on the offside. Scudder will just take it across the left-hander.
Yeah, staying over the wicket to the left-hander.
Oh, just too full, just too full. Just the length, get the length, just back of a length, make a play into that great wall of yellow you have on the offside there. And she's off the mark. Panini scoring her first run. Skitter to Candler. Oh, this time around just working it to that sweeper on the leg side. Another single. It's one of those 6 of the one and half a dozen of the other, because the Lions won't mind the singles, but you get the strike rotation between the two batters as well, the left-right combination, hoping for something to happen.
Yeah, the Lions would probably like to get Panini stuck at an end a bit as the new batter, but as you say, that run rate's not really going anywhere, still 3.7. It's all well in control.
Just straying on the legs. That would have been a great ball for a right-hander. With the last ball of the over, great work done by Skitter. Although it was a single, it keeps Panini on strike and Candler off strike. 44 overs gone, 165 for the loss of 5. And Candler, for me, is still key here. She needs to pick up her strike rate as it goes on. She's on 60 at the moment, doing a great job, 77 of 127 deliveries. But she's kind of running out of partners on the other end that can keep up with her. She's been helped along the way. Wakawu scored at 28. We saw Mali 18. We saw Naidu 25. But no one has been able to stick around with her for a long period of time.
And at this stage of the innings, though, the Dolphins really need to be firing at both ends. There are only 6 overs left now, 165. It's by no means a formidable total, so they need to be firing at both ends. And I'm a little bit surprised and disappointed that Madison Landsman is coming off. Maybe she'll return. You know, with her, she's quite tall, so she gets bounce as well to add to the turn. And the way she's tossing it up above the eye line, you just feel the lower order, their eyes get big, and they're bound to do something rash against her. But it's going to be the very impressive Lehlohonolo Miso, who's back into the attack from the call-it drive end.
With 6 overs to go, she's still got 3 left, so she'll bowl half of that. I think that might be the reason why she's come in. She'll make sure that she bowls the last over. It might just be a change of ends for Landsman, as we see Panini. Oh, lovely fielding there. Direct hit, but well in was Candler.
I think that was Landsman just showing she's not only a batter and a bowler, but a very good fielder too, directed.
Maybe just showing the captain she knows where the stumps are.
Yeah. Well, she might have to bowl from that end, because Skitter's only got 1 over left of her ration. Nettleton's got 5. But I would like to see Landsman back. Not sure why you would change the ends from your leg spinner when they're going well. But maybe Miso, that's the end she's bowled from today. So.
And also making sure she's been one of the star bowlers, making sure that your top seamer bowls out her 10. Oh, this time, lovely pierce through the gap. Are they going to take on the arm? A bit of a slip there. Panini just slipping and not able to put more pressure onto the fielder.
I think just as well she slipped, because she could have been in trouble if she'd tried to come back for the second. Just because it's the left-hander on strike, a short third man is coming into play for the Lions.
They only have the 3 outs. I like this field. Straight bat, forcing the batter to go straight. And again, the singles doesn't really matter. It's 168 for loss of 5. If the Lions can keep it down to singles, they're looking around about the 200 mark to chase in their 40 overs. And we keep emphasizing the 40 overs because that's what they need for a bonus point for batting second.
And to win the title, yeah.
Oh, this time sent back. Candler sent back, and a great throw there. That one went around the corner back to the fielder.
And a little bow. I bet you she couldn't do that if she wanted to. Kirsty Thompson, if she tried to do that, she wouldn't be able to pull it off.
Just pulling up his meso. Just every now and again, when something like that happens, maybe just calm the nerves. If the bowler get frustrated, the rest of the field
Stop
is
the
laughing. Moving across to that offside, piercing the leg side. Great work in the end. Is he going to come back? Oh, sent back. There was 2 on offer. It is not great running there by Panini. I think that first one was run very slowly. It was an easy 2 there once it passed Landsman there at mid-wicket.
Yeah, they've got to start putting a bit more pressure on the fielders. Although I've been impressed with Panini so far. She's looked solid, looked good. Taking the singles. Hasn't tried anything rash yet.
Oh, this time just straying on the leg side. Trying to whip it through. Not a great ball by Meso. Getting away with it, although it was a wide. But she only has the one fielder on the boundary on that leg side. If she got any bats on that, that would have been an easy boundary.
Yeah, no fun leg in place. So Panini missed out there.
That's where you want to bowl. Just the one. It is the end of 45 overs. We're getting to the business end now for the Hollywoodbet Dolphins. They're 171 for a loss of 5. They just need a win to take home the title. And the Lions need a bonus point and a win to take home the titles. Candler's on 79. And she's been scoring that of 130 ball deliveries. It's 61 nearly as her strike rate. And Kwanga Panini is 4 of 6. His partnership has got into double figures. It's 12. And, predictions, last 5 overs. Where would you want to see them?
Well, they're not going to get much more than 200 the way they're going at the moment. So unless Candler can really accelerate now in these last 5 overs, we saw towards the end of that previous over that she did try something a little different, stepping outside off stump and pulling through mid-wicket, wide of long on. And Panini has got herself in nicely. Whether she has the power, though, to collect a few boundaries remains to be seen. It's not going to be Skitter bowling her last over. That's probably going to be saved for a little later on. It is going to be Madison Landsman back from the golf course end.
Yeah, as we alluded to, maybe just a change of ends, especially with the left-hander. You've got to feel that she's going to try and go with the spin here. Offside is packed. Landsman to Panini. Getting a lovely little bit of drift in. Landsman does have that ability to throw the straight one. As we see, heave though with the spin to the leg side for a single. Not really where she intended that. I think it was more of a trying to go over mid-wicket maybe. And just the lack of pace from Landsman.
So Sarah Barber tells us that Landsman doesn't really have a googly, but she does have a pretty useful arm ball. So maybe Panini will have something else to think about now that she's back on strike.
Yeah, great stuff. Great work there by the sweeper as well. It is Nettleton out there that picked it up. He's got a pretty decent arm as well. As you can just see. And I've been really impressed with Rapo's captaincy, talking to the bowlers, keeping the intensity up in the field. Oh, shimmy down the track, and again, not where they intended. Can just see Landsman having a bit of a hands-on head there. Nearly slipping through that gap between bat and pad.
Yeah, there certainly seems to be a really good synergy between the captain and her bowlers. she has good plans, and the bowlers bowl well to the plans. So the field setting, it becomes easy. And the Lions have been able to maintain pressure throughout these 46 overs so far.
Moving way across to the offside, dragging that one to the leg side, and great fielding. What magnificent fielding that was. Saving a definite boundary and saving 2 runs for her team.
Jenna Evans, take a bow. That was magnificent work down on the fence. Just a bit short from Lunsman, allowing the pull. And there again, we see that synergy. The field is also involved in that synergy.
Ooh. There's that quicker one, and picked up and just a tad short. If that was Fuller, oh, she could have gotten herself into a bit of a tangle. Good Candler. Decent over for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins. It is the end of the 46, 177 for 5, and run rate still 3.8. They're looking around about that 4 mark, and you gotta feel Lions will back themselves. Anything around about that 200 mark, they'll play a 40 over game.
Absolutely. They've been a very good chasing side here at the Wanderers. They've pulled off some big chases. We'll just see if we can find a couple of those for you. In their opening game against the Free State, they chased down 248 in 44.5 overs. Against the Titans, they chased down 265 in 47.5 overs.
Meso in again, and she's going to finish up her lots of overs. She's making it very difficult to score runs. You've got to feel that Candler might want to go over the top here. Just a little bit of intent. Try and get it over Meso's head. That's an easy 2 just over the bowler. Again, moving over to that 4th stump. Single. DP World Lions won't mind this. Hollywoodbets Dolphins would want just a couple of boundaries. Just 1 or 2 going over the rope. Just to put some pressure on the DP World Lion bowlers. Because at the moment they can just bowl at them.
Yeah, Candler needs to find some boundary options. She's been in for a long time now, seeing the ball well.
Oh, Meso, just that immaculate line and length. Keeping it straight, keeping it full. Panini has been good on the straight drive thus far. 3 balls to go in this 47th over. Sweeper comes in. Nettleton just getting it into the bowler. Another one. Where do you start attacking? Is it going to be the last 2, last 3? Who do you take on? Do you want to take on Meso, who's been bowling brilliantly?
I'm just thinking Candler's, there's a short third man and no fun leg. She needs to try and maybe innovate a bit to get it down far leg. The problem is Meso's bowling a very good line, like that previous delivery. Outside off stump, it's difficult to work with that.
So 180 comes up. 1 more delivery in this 47th over. Partnership has gone on to 21. Again, just a fantastic line of length. And Panini will keep strike at the end of that over. It's 181. And you can even hear the Dolphins dugout also just trying to get behind their batters. 3 overs left. 181. If they go at 4 and over, they will literally get just to round about that 200, just a little bit under if they keep up this run rate. So from here they want to maybe just get to that 6-7 to the over. Just make sure they get to that 200, that psychological 200 maybe, but also just want to push a little bit further. 210, magic number for me would be around about 215 mark.
Yeah, they've got to try and get a boundary and over at least now for these last 3. And what also maybe hasn't helped them a bit is that for the last few overs, the new batter, Panini, keeps finding herself on strike at the start of the overs. Whereas ideally you'd want Candler to take first ball and then try and control the over from there.
Because that is exactly what happened. She just picks out the fielders, normally that first or second delivery. They got 5 wickets in hand, so kind of feel that they got to start going. I mean, 3 overs to go. That's not the shots you would want your batter to play. Go a little bit harder. 5 wickets in hand. You've got to go for a couple. Take a few risks. Tossed up, my goodness, and there's the wicket. Landsman picking up another one, and that's exactly what you mentioned, Ken. The new batter taking the strike, and this time round 2 dots and the 3rd dot a wicket.
Well, it chopped on Panini like a bomb, that one. That was really tossed up. But it wasn't a full toss. It dipped beautifully on the batter. She had to go for it. You could just sense she saw it up in the air and thought, okay, I've got to hit this over the top. And she couldn't. Well taken, a good catch. Diving forward at extra cover.
And a great result for the DP World Lions, because now they'll have a new batter in at the 48th over. It's exactly what you want as the fielding team. Is not what you were asking for as the batting team. It's going to be very difficult for Candler now. Otherwise, she's going to be stranded on that around about 80, 90 mark. She wants to get up to that 100 as well. She's batted well. You feel that she deserves that 100, but she'll have to do something.
Yeah.
Another gentleman agrees with us. He's throwing his toys here.
My toys. It's my calculator that's just gone for a spectacular dive. I guess we won't be working out over rates, net run rates, that sort of thing.
Well, just use that calculator to work out the pay, please, because that might give us a few zeros.
Jade de Figueiredo is the new batter for the Dolphins. What sort of hitting game does she have?
You got to feel that she's going to come out from ball 1 and just swing those arms a bit. Landsman will go nice and straight. They got long on, long off, mid wicket and deep cover out. High back lift and finding the outside edge. And this is a fantastic over thus far by Landsman. 4 deliveries, a wicket and only the 1 single. Candler will have to do something. Have to put her under pressure.
Yeah, it's so good to see a team backing leg spin in the last 10 overs. And it's really paid off for the DP World Lions.
Oh, tossing that one up again, going across the line after the shimmy to the offside. And just the single once again. And it's weirdly enough a leg spin that we associate normally with our fellow competitors across the waters, also wearing yellow shirts.
Yeah, Australia have had a few. De Figueiredo back on strike. She has a strike rate of 52 in her 50-over career and 66 in T20. But she pulled that one quite nicely.
Very nicely, but again, comes to your point. You mentioned a new batter on strike once again at the end of the over. We've got everything happening around us. We got the band playing, we got people in. It's 2 overs to go. 184 for the loss of 6 wickets. Candler is on 86. And you got to feel that she's got to face the majority of the deliveries from here.
Yeah, it may be a bit boorish to criticize someone who's on 86 not out and has scored 40% of her team's runs. But one just feels that Candler needed to control this back end a bit better. As the set batter, as one of the senior batters, just needed to control the end of this innings a bit better to make sure that the Dolphins get the total that they need. At the moment, they're really battling to get to 200.
And the DP World Lions, I think, is that what they'll have in mind. If they carry on like this, they'll finish up around about 192. And what a win that would be for the DP World Lions. Meso coming in, going across the line. Are they going to push for the second? Sent back. Candler realizing that she's the set batter. She's got her face up. The Figueira just getting the single there.
Just thinking ahead to the last over, it's going to be an interesting choice for the Lions between, do you continue with the leg spin of Lunsman, or do you bring Sam Scooter back for her final over?
Oh, and that penultimate over can be so crucial in a 50-over match. That over 49 every now and again changes.
Last over, though.
I beg your pardon. The last over, yes. This is the penultimate over. Oh, going across the line. Trying to get it over that's a deep square, that vacant square leg. Just not making contact, and it's with your calculator falling that my maths has gone out the window as well, Ken.
It's good to see Candler trying something different, but you know, she can drive. There's also a gap through the covers which that ball maybe could have gone to.
Oh, full toss. No ball called. And Meso, the first really bad delivery she's bowled, and has given the new batter now a free hit as well.
Yeah, umpire Zubair Sala at square leg, raising the arm for height. So it's going to be a free hit for De Figueiredo. Field is allowed to change because it's a different batter on strike, and we see long off is going back, and fine leg coming into the circle.
This will be no doubt full and straight. Moving across, chipping it into the leg side. Are they going to go for the second? It's actually going to go over the rope. Fantastic shot. Innovative. It is finally 4 runs for the Hollywoodbet Dolphins off a free hit.
Very nicely struck by Jade Figueiredo. High and handsome. Good hit to cow corner. And much needed boundary for the Dolphins.
And she picked that gap to perfection. It's the same thing that Candler tried as well, where she just could not get hold of it. This is the intent. 190 for a loss of 6. Oh, another clean strike. Will only be the one. Oh, nearly a run out. Jade turning blind and coming back, and very nearly throwing a wicket away.
Luckily for her, Leshawan Misa couldn't gather the throw at the bowler's end, but you feel the Dolphins needed to try and get 2 out of that. That's the sort of intensity you need here at the back end.
Going across, popped up in the air. There's someone limping there in the background. It's Evans that is just limping. She is struggling. And I think it's just the pain when she dove onto the rope. Just got a bit of a numb leg.
She's a key finisher with the bat for the DP World Lions, so they'll be hoping certainly that she can run that off. She's actually gone off the field now over the boundary fence, and the substitute has come on. Looks like it might be Diara Ramlakan.
Again, big appeal. Looks like it might have hit her outside the line, although she went across a long way. It is the end of the penultimate over. It's 49 overs gone. 194 for the loss of 6. Just shows you what a good over does. It's now gotten them up to that 4 runs to the over. 1 over left. 200's got to be the target, Ken.
Yeah, bare minimum for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins. Candler on 89, De Figueiredo on 8. And who is going to bowl this last over? It looks like it's going to be Sam Scooter, the in-swing seamer.
She's such a good death bowler.
She is.
She bowls a nice full and straight. Doesn't really give them anything dead underneath the ball.
Yeah, she can get it in the hole there nicely. De Figueiredo on strike.
And this will be, without a doubt, a very strong leg side field. Because you go nice, full and straight. Ask them to hit into that leg side. Go with the swing. You can just see Candler warming up the driver there.
There's a cover sweeper, but as you say, otherwise it's a deep backward square leg. Quite wide. Well, there's two long ons basically. One of them is quite wide and almost a cow corner. Deep backward square is coming up. So yeah, she's definitely going to bowl full and straight with two long ons in place.
Moving way across to that offside. Getting Candler on strike. They're going to turn for the second. This is what you have to do in the back end. Is a chance for a run out. Oh, not a great throw. Not a great throw this time round. It is 2 runs to the Hollywoodbets Dolphins.
Was that a double bluff or just an unintended delivery by Samantha Skudder? We all expected her to go full and straight. She went back of a length wide outside off stump.
I think that early movement of Jay just forced her to go a bit wider and then just drag the length back, but I still feel full straight. Get it to the base of that off stump.
Well, they've bolstered the offside even more now with a cover fielder in the ring.
Going over to there again. Oh, a nice firm hit straight past the bowler. Will only be the 1. 2 deliveries, 3 runs coming from it, edging oh so close to that 200, 197 for a loss of 6 wickets. Candler on 89. She's on strike now. A couple of lusty blows from her will put the Hollywoodbets Dolphins in a commanding position. Oh, lifting this one in the air. Is the catch going to be taken? Yes, it is. Finally, Mkiza takes the wicket. Mkiza takes the catch. On 89, they finally get the long stay of Alexandra Candler for 142 deliveries, or fantastic innings. But not what the Hollywoodbets Dolphins would have wanted, and exactly what Skitter would have tried to do.
Yeah, it was a good effort by Candler. She had to try and target the boundary, but a very well judged catch by Rele Bokhile Mkiz down a deep backward square. And Candler's epic innings has come to an end at 89. Good effort by her. Has really been the foundation of this Dolphins innings, but just struggled to really boost that run rate here in the last few overs.
3 deliveries to go in this batting innings for the Dolphins. DP World Lions, we got a match on our hands. Effectively playing a 40-over innings, will the Lions. They need the win and the bonus point to take home the title. And the Dolphins just need a win. So, this is going to get exciting, Ken.
Yeah, or even a washout will do for the Dolphins. There are a few clouds about, but nothing that looks at all threatening here in a very mild autumn day in Johannesburg. So if you are a Lions supporter, do come and watch what should be a really exciting chase this afternoon as they hunt the One Day Cup title.
Kiara Fisher just letting that one go.
As you do in the last over of a one-day game.
Very close to a wide there, but even if it's wide, I feel you've got to have a go at it. You still got 3 wickets in hand. Nice juicy full toss, slap down the ground. Just a single. 1 delivery to go here. 198. It's got to be a big swing. Got to get it over the fence. Get over that 200 mark. You got to feel whatever's going to happen now, there's going to be 2 runs. Is going to be the call.
And it's Jade de Figueiredo on strike, who has shown a bit of attacking ability here at the back end. 11 not out.
Great intent that she's shown ever
7
since
balls.
she's come in.
Just 7 balls. So one of the few Dolphins batters to score it better than a runner ball. What can she do with this last ball?
Skitter. Great delivery once again. They'll turn for the second. They have to. Bowler's end. The ball just sticking in the ground, and it's 2 runs. And it takes the score to 200. for the loss of 7 after 50 overs, 4 runs to the over, and they finally got up to that 200, Ken.
Well, the equation for the DP World Lions to win this competition then is very simple. They just need to score at a fraction over 5 runs and over. To get that bonus point that will win them the title, they need to chase down 201 in 40 overs. And I'm sure they're going to back themselves. It looks a good batting check. It's going to be nice batting conditions this afternoon, I imagine. And they have a powerful batting lineup that has done these sort of run chases before.
Yes, and Candler will be very, very instrumental in their fielding efforts for the Dolphins because she's been out there on this deck for the whole of the innings. So she'll know exactly how difficult it was to play the lack of pace, which areas to hit. So the Dolphins will rely on her to read the pitch and just say, listen, guys, this is what we need to do. This is where we need to bowl. But it's going to be a great run chase. We can't emphasize this enough. This is technically a final. The Dolphins just need a win to take home the title. The Lions need a win and the bonus point. They need to score 201 runs in 40 overs. We're going to take a break for lunch, get something in our bellies. Please do the same and we join you again in about 40 minutes time.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the DP World Wanderers. We are here after the lunch break and it is the second innings of the day and the DP World Lions are here to bat with Nonkululeko Tabete on strike and Baneti opening the bowling for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins. On the non-strikers end we have Palesa Mapo.
And simple equation, Sarah, for the Lions to win the title, 201 needed in 40 overs.
That was a beautiful ball by Baneti, a lot of movement there. Lovely in Dhaka.
Started quite short and Nonkululeko Tabete just indicating to Palesa Mapu there that it kept a little lower.
Yeah, you would have thought it would have a bit more carry considering we are in the half out at the DP World Wanderers and where the ball pitched. But that was not the case and it looked like there was a bit of a tickle there on the edge of Tabete's bat. Baneti in again, right arm over to the right-handed Tabete. That's a bit straight and that's moved across. There's a bit of a shout, but to me that seems to be impact outside.
Big in swing and doing too much actually for Baneti there. That one would have missed leg stump. But prodigious movement to start this innings.
I suppose a lot of cloud cover, a bit of green on the pitch, so lovely movement for the bowlers. That has been 2 balls so far this innings for the Lions and no runs. Baneti in again. That's a bit shorter and that's worked around the hip to the fine leg region for just 1 run. And that takes Nonkululeko Tabete off strike and brings Palesa Mapo onto the strike.
Nicely handled there by Tabete. Big in swing. Short of a length as well. But she's a very experienced campaigner.
Definitely has a few Protea caps and she's scored quite a few runs this season for the DP World Lions, has Nonkululeko Tabete. Baneti into Palesa Mapo. And that's outside off. A little less movement and very good intent from the very experienced Nonkululeko Tabete. Very good running. This is the sort of intent that we were talking about earlier in the first innings that we are looking for the batters. And it's really good to see from the DP World Lions. That takes Palesa Mapo off strike and takes her off the mark.
Yeah, Tabete was straight away, keen on that single, just dabbed away on the offside. Mapu was a bit hesitant, but Tabete really called her through firmly.
That's a bit fuller and it's worked away on the leg side through the field and it could run away for 4 and that's 4 runs for Nonkululeko Tabete.
Good delivery from Baneti, a big in-swinging Yorker, but Tabete did superbly to get that away. Behind square on the leg side.
Definitely. Tabete, one thing about Nonkululeko Tabete is she's very good off the legs. She loves working it in that region. And as we can see from the few balls that she's so far scored runs off of, that is the case. That's 6 runs off the first 5 balls of the innings so far. Baneti in again, and that's short, and that's gone down the leg side, and that is called wide. So that will be re-bowled.
Yeah, Baneti has struggled maybe to control the swing. Both her line and her length have been a bit inconsistent in this over.
Definitely been a bit inconsistent, but maybe she doesn't have the, as we mentioned earlier, it didn't come up a lot for a short ball in the half out, but maybe it's lack of pace on the ball that's not getting it up that much. That's on the hip again, and that's worked around. And that's running away to the final leg boundary, but that's been stopped by the fielder out there, and that will just be the 2 runs. That's brilliant running from the 2 in the middle. Love to see it. Running the first one hard and turning around for the second.
Well, the intent has been clear from the DP World Lions right from that very first over. They need to get this target in 40 overs to get the bonus point and win the title, and Tabete and Mapu, Tabete especially, straight away, very busy, looking for every run, quick between the wickets, and the Dolphins straight away know that they are in a contest here.
At the end of the first over, that takes the DP World Lions 9-0. And our new bowler looks to be coming in is Zinhle Mali, the experienced Zinhle Mali.
It's a great start, isn't it? Yeah, for the batting side, when you can get 9 off the first over, it just straight away puts you at ease. It means that, even if this second over is a maiden, that the Lions will be up pretty much with the required rate.
Definitely. Takes a bit of pressure off the opening pair knowing that they've started off the innings so well. Zinhle Mali into Palesa Mapo. And that will be a dead ball.
False start. Is she limping or?
Oh, it looks like she's maybe remeasuring her run-up.
Yes.
Something quite not right in the measurement. Zinhle Mali has had a bit of experience in the Proteas setup, having played 90 T20 internationals and 7 women's ODIs. That's in again, that's nice and full. Just nipped away a bit, and that is a top ball. Left by Palesa Mapo.
She's definitely hobbling a bit, Sarah. We saw at the end of her run-up there. Did not look very comfortable, and that's
that could definitely
not
be a big blow for the Dolphins here today if we have a bowler out, a seam bowler specifically in the half out due to injury.
Especially after just 1 or 2 deliveries. Well, Marley will try and run this off, no doubt.
That is straighter, and that's just worked to backward point for no run.
Seemed a bit better, pulled up a bit better after that delivery.
Maybe just a bit tight from the cold weather.
Yeah, it is tight. It is cold, rather. And Fat Maloney being a very good Samaritan and giving me an extra jacket here.
Mali in again to Palesa Mapo. That's straighter, and that is respected and blocked for no run.
Nice little bit of shape away from the right-hander there by Mali, but very well played by Mapu. Middle of the bat. Didn't push at it at all.
Definitely good, but even though that was brilliant, we still need to keep in mind that the DP World Lions need that score within 40 overs. That's straighter and respected yet again with a little bit of a away nip from Mali.
Yeah, you need to give the bowler their due when they bowl very good deliveries like that.
Very good consistent start.
Yeah, it's in a bit of contrast to Banetti at the other end, who struggled to control her swing.
Definitely. Mali in again to Palesa. That's a bit wider, and there was a flash at that, but unfortunately for the DP World Lions, Palesa Mapo missed out on that.
Possibly a bit full for the cut shot.
Possibly a tad full. Interestingly enough, the opening bowlers for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins are both originally from the border region.
Great nursery for cricket in the border, the Eastern Cape area.
That's a bit shorter, and that's worked to the cover region, and that's very good running from the pair in the middle. Putting pressure on the fielders early, we love to see that. What great cricket.
Excellent running there. It was quite well fielded by Kiara Fisher, but the batters just set off straight away and got through quite comfortably despite the good fielding. So
Definitely.
The Lions do end the over with a single. 10 without loss after 2 overs. A very good first over by Zinhle Mali, just a single off it.
Definitely. So that would probably take quite a bit of pressure off the Dolphins after that very expensive first over. And it looks like we have a change in bowling. Jade de Figueiredo, who is a left-arm orthodox bowler, slow left-arm orthodox, I'd say. Gives it a good, she's quite a flat bowler, so in the half-outer maybe a bit easier to work her around the field, but she has been rather valuable for the team so far this season. Very integral part of their bowling attack.
I imagine this is not a response to Banetti's opening over being a bit inconsistent and going for 9. I would expect it was a Dolphins plan discussed before the inning started that will surprise the Lions with the third over being bowled by the spinner.
I definitely think that may be the case, as most people would know around the country that the Dolphins are very spin heavy or spin experienced. They're having an incredible spin attack, not to take away from their seam, but they are very well known for their spin, so definitely a possibility that this has been the plan from the start.
Counterattack just needs some attention from a teammate. Does she wear contact lenses?
Don't think so. I think there's
something in her eye.
Yeah, often on the field there's been a call for eye drops or something to remove something from the eye.
There are quite often swarms of Mickeys around here at the Wanderers that you get. I remember play actually being interrupted once by a swarm of insects. Probably not at this time of year though. But maybe during the break, Sarah, you can just explain to us. You've played a lot of cricket down in KwaZulu-Natal, in the coastal areas. You mentioned playing up here on the high veld. Just what are the differences that a player will experience playing at altitude here on the high veld compared to down in KZN?
I'd say personally, maybe it's not textbook correct, but personally I feel on the coast it's definitely a lot slower. Doesn't, off the high veld it almost feels like it just bounces off the deck or like accelerates off the deck, whereas on the coast it feels like it sticks a bit more, holds in the air a bit more, but that's probably due to the air being thicker, more oxygen down there. We are probably about 1,600 meters above sea level, so the ball travels through the air quicker. Pitch is very different. A bit more purchase on the pitches for spinners, I'd say. That's the sum of what I'd say my experience on the coast is. Jay DeFigueiredo coming into Palesa Mapo, and that's a bit full, and she's driven that straight to the cover fielder for no run.
Yeah, but overpitched by DeFigueiredo, but she gets away with it.
And again to Palesa Mapo. And that's a bit slow. It looks like the pace has taken off, and straighter and well respected by Palesa Mapo.
And we can already see DeFigueiredo likes to go very wide on the crease, angling it into the right-hander, quite round arm, and it would be quite effective if she can get it then to turn away from the bat.
Yeah, it seems to be coming straight on at the moment, and she's not getting much purchase.
Yeah, everything just sliding on into the right-hander, but the ball is still very new. We've only had, that was only the 15th delivery.
Very new, so very understandable. Jay DeFigueiredo in again. That's straighter, and that's drifted maybe a little bit, but still straightened out. Seems to be putting the DP board lines in a spot of bother, but just remember we are very early on in the innings, so we can't be making too many judgment calls at the moment.
Yeah, they can't win the game in this opening power play, but they could put themselves in a position to lose it if they're not.
She just gave that one a bit of flat, and that was very full, probably in, we'd say, the block hole. Just hit straight back to the bowler. The last delivery of the over to Palesa Mapo, and that's straight again, and that's worked onto the leg side to the mid-on fielder, and that is a maiden over for Jade DeFigueiredo.
Yeah, and well bowled. I liked the way she used the width of the crease there. The last delivery she went very wide again. A couple of balls in the middle, she was a bit tighter to the stumps. Started off quite wide of the crease, but a good probing over.
Definitely. That leaves the Lions still 10 for naught after 3 overs. I suppose that's what you really want from a strike bowler, attacking the stumps the whole time. That's generally, I suppose, your textbook definition of an opening bowler, wanting to strike, get wickets early. So I suppose targeting the stumps is what you'd be aiming for.
Yeah, normally when a spinner bowls in the early overs, it might be seen as a bit of a defensive move to try and limit the scoring rate. Well, she certainly limited the scoring rate with a maiden,
Definitely.
But one can imagine she's targeting that front pad a bit as well for LBW.
Definitely. Probably would be. That brings Marley in again from the caller drive end with Nonkululeko Tabete in. That's straight and that's well respected off the inside part of the bat, and it travels sort of to the mid-on region, or the short mid-on region. That is... Talking about Nonkululeko Tabete being on strike, she's been a very good contributor to the Lions this season, having averaged 36.12. Marley in again, and that's straight, and that's work to the backward point region for no run. She's been a big contributor for the Lions, having scored 289 runs over 9 matches.
Fair to say that she's kind of the rock of this batting lineup. The solid foundation. There are a lot of very talented stroke players that follow her.
Definitely. She's sort of, I suppose, if you could say, a linchpin that stays for quite a while. That's straighter and that's driven straight to the bowler. Like a linchpin that holds the lineup together. She stays in. She scores runs slowly, but she, as we can see with her highest total being 94, she contributes largely to the Lions, and other people can come in and accelerate around her. But not saying that Tabete can't accelerate. We've seen actually in many T20 games where she's just started to flourish and just, get those boundary options needed. Marley in again to Tabete, outside off, and that's driven between extra cover and mid off for no run. That's 2 balls remaining in the 4th over with no runs scored in the last 10 deliveries.
That will start to prey on the batters' minds a little bit. They'll be looking for a 1 somewhere, just to break the shackles, rotate the strike.
Definitely.
Ooh.
And that's edged or guarded all the way to a 3rd man, which is Sisanda Ngubane.
Not far away from De Figueiredo. It slipped there. She didn't dive. Maybe she could have. It was very sharp, though. It came quite quickly off the bat.
Definitely did come very quickly off the bat, and I suppose that's the Wanderers for you. Very quick outfield, and could have possibly gotten a hand to it, but I think it's very hard to adjust to the speed of the ball sometimes. That's very straight, and that's worked onto into the mid-on region for no run. Meaning that over has only gone for 1 run, taken the DP World Lions to 11 for naught after 4 overs.
And Marley has conceded just 2 singles in her 2 overs so far, so a fantastic start by her for the Dolphins, clawing it back after a bit of an untidy first over. And already the required run rate is
creeping up slowly.
To win it in 40 overs, which the Lions have to do to win the title. They need nearly 5 to the over already.
I suppose that with the batting lineup the Lions have, I suppose that's quite possible. We have a lot of people coming in who really accelerate quite well. That's straight, and that's driven straight to mid-on for no run by Nonkululeko Tabete. Jade De Figueiredo coming in from the golf course end for her 2nd over. Her 1st over only conceding 0 runs. It was a maiden, sorry. That's a bit straighter. That's driven straight to the bowler for no run.
Sorry, just to clarify, the required rate to get the runs in 40 was already 5 to the over, but that's now moved up to 5.27.
That's a bit straighter. Worked around the pad, and they are looking to run this very hard, and they have gone and turned for the 2nd, and they will be comfortably safe for 2 runs. I think that one was just a tad too straight from De Figueiredo, drifting across Tabete. And as we've mentioned earlier, she loves working around the pad, working around the hip, so comfortable position for her.
Yeah, nicely played to get a couple of runs, just to get that scoreboard moving again after a very quiet period for the Lions.
And again, that's nice and straight, and through the gates, Jade De Figueiredo takes the first wicket for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins in the 5th over, Tabete departs for only 10 runs.
Lovely bowling by De Figueiredo. She just slowed it down a bit. You could see it was nicely flighted, and maybe with the slower pace it did just grip a bit. And Tabete well beaten and bowled, and that's a big wicket for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins.
Huge wickets. But that leaves Madison Landsman coming into bat. One of the youngsters in the DP World Lions setup, who recently just scored 50 runs against Western Province.
Very talented young batter, Madison Landsman, exciting prospect. We saw her bowl some really good leg spin earlier today, 5 overs, 2 for 19. So she'll be feeling good about herself. And as you say, she's got a bit of form with the bat lately as well.
A lot of form, and she's also we've seen her in the field today and she's been diving all over the place, and she's done an incredible job for the DP World Lions. So, and she's a 360 player, I'd like to describe her as. She can play in all avenues of the ground, straight, behind, Figueiredo into Landsman and a bit of air and quite full, and she's driven that. And that was almost a run out. A bit of miscommunication there. Straight to Courtney Gounden.
Wow, that was just a bit of crazy cricket there for a moment. Last thing the Lions need now would be a run out to follow on the wicket of Tabete.
Definitely would not be ideal. The Figueiredo in again. Ooh. That was a very, very late play at the ball and almost very close to hitting the stumps.
Very tentative by Landsman, and no real foot movement either. And she very nearly played that onto her own stump. So she has survived, and it's the end of the over. 13 for 1 after 5 overs.
That leaves Palesa Mapo on 2 not out, and Landsman still not off the mark yet. And Zintle Mali resuming from the call it drive end.
Going very well, Zintle Mali, just 2 runs off her 2 overs so far, and she's settled into a really good line and length with a bit of shape away from the right-handers.
That has been a late cut or a guard for just the 1 run to the left of the backward point. Very well played and very good running from the 2 DP World Lions out in the middle, Palesa Mapo and Madison Landsman.
Good fielding by Seshni Naidu to cut it off. It probably would have been only 1 anyway. There's a 3rd man in place. But good to see a slip in place for Marley. She's getting that nice shape away from the right-handers. And the slip has been kept in for the 6th over of the innings.
Definitely. And as we still are in the power play, only 2 fielders are allowed out, and those 2 fielders are 3rd man and fine leg. Marley into Landsman. That's a bit short, and or maybe should we say back of a length rather. And an attempt at a pull, but that's hit to the mid-on fielder.
Yeah, it was a bit shorter, but again the line was good. Just on her about that off stump made the pull a bit of a cramped effort.
Yeah, a bit of a cramped situation, and I suppose Madison Landsman likes that shot over the left shoulder, but I'm sure she's very aware of this fine leg fielder right here. Marley in again. That's nice and straight, and Landsman didn't seem very sure about that. There was a bit of a back and a forward movement.
The 2 legs seem to be not communicating very well with each other at the moment for Madison Landsman. The footwork's a little bit all over the place, but her good eye and her good hands are doing the job at the moment.
Sure, she'll settle in soon. Marley in again. That's outside off, and sort of a light waft at it, and missed out on that ball, but nevertheless no tickle on the bat, so she is safe.
Yeah, it's just a bit of a tentative, nervous start for Madison Landsman. Just not everything's working in sync at the moment for her. She just needs to get herself in, get through this tough opening period.
Definitely. Marley in again to Landsman. Outside off, and there's another back foot wafted at it this time round, and no run off of that. Straight into the keeper's gloves.
Yeah, if you're going to play at something that wide, I think you've got to go hard rather than just kind of prod at it. You can only get yourself into trouble if you're not going to go hard rather than just leave it alone. It's very wide.
Definitely. Well, I suppose that comes with settling in. Hopefully the next one we see will be a bit more of a swing. That one was nice and straight and respected by Landsman. Came off the right-hand edge of the bat and just trickled away to the fielder for no run. At the end of the over, that takes the DP World Lions to 14 for 1 after 6 overs.
Yeah, so they need another 187 in 44 overs to win the match. But that won't be enough for them to win the title. For that, they need to get these runs in 34 overs, and 187 and 34 translates to exactly 5.5 runs per over.
Jay De Figueiredo in again to Palesa Mapo. That's straightened out, and there was a bit of a drift or movement or purchase, should we say, off the pitch away from the right-hander. Yes, it's looking very slow at the moment, having only 14 runs after 6, whereas the Dolphins were at least 33 after 10. So that one was also a bit straight and respected by Mapo.
And 9 of those runs came off the first over. So we've had 5 runs in 5 overs since then, and a wicket. So the Dolphins are doing really well here in the power play.
Definitely are. A bit of a deceleration from the DP World Lions. That one straightened out a bit, and Palesa Mapo has tried to play against the spin and a bit of an outside edge. Sort of tossed up into no man's land, luckily.
Yeah, but she's notably, I think, found the right pace now on this wicket. She slowed it up a bit. That's how she got the wicket of Tibet, and that one too. She's just bowling it nice and slowly, allowing it to get some purchase.
That was nice and full and driven straight to the mid-off fielder. No run there.
Dolphins are very vocal, lots of clapping, lots of shouting, and why not? They've made a very good start with the ball.
Definitely a very good start with the ball coming back from that first over that was rather expensive. That was also a beautiful ball, just on off stump, sort of drifting away a bit and just respected by Palesa Mapo.
Yeah, she'll be aware that she needs to watch out that front pad, keep it out the way, especially when De Figueiredo goes wide like she did on that occasion.
Definitely. De Figueiredo in again, and this is outside off, a bit of width, and hands were flashed at that, but didn't get the connection quite needed to pierce any gap or get any pace on the ball. That is the end of the 7th over, and that takes the Lions, the DP World Lions, to 14. The DP World Lions stay at 14 for 1 after 7 overs. That is yet another maiden from Jade De Figueiredo.
Yeah, she's done outstandingly well. Just conceded 2 runs in her 3 overs and got the big wicket of Nonkululeko Tabete. And Zintle Male just 3 runs from her 3 overs, and she's about to start her 4th over now from the corner drive end.
With Madison Landsman on strike. The Hollywoodbets Dolphins have kept the same field as the previous over for Zintle Mali, with third man and fine leg out the inner ring. That's a bit wider, and Madison Landsman flashes her hands at that at a cut shot, and it's hit straight to the point fielder for no run.
Yeah, pity for Landsman there. If she could have just got that bit to the left of Session United, it was nicely timed. Could have been a run or 2. There's a third man in place.
Suppose maybe the connection with the bat will give you a bit of confidence. if you are a ball and bat player that needs ball on bat to feel ready to go in. That is nice and full and driven straight to the extra cover fielder, which is Alexandra Candler, who scored 89 runs in the first innings for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins.
Yeah, batting's not that easy against the new ball up front in these autumn pitches that have a bit of nibble, and it shows you what a good job Alex Candler did for the Dolphins.
Nice, and that was a bit wider, and Madison Landsman has guided that to the third man fielder for just the 1 run. Definitely a great job, a patient job by Alexandra Candler.
And Madison Landsman is eventually off the mark. She'll be relieved with that.
That is 1 run off of just 10 deliveries. Palesa Mapo coming onto the strike after that single, and Zintle Mali coming in to the right-handed Palesa Mapo. Bit wide of the wicket, she flashes her hands at it but misses out. No run there for the DP World Lions.
Yeah, it's the second time Mapu has tried to cut a delivery that wasn't really there for the cut. Could get herself into trouble.
Definitely could get herself into trouble flashing hands at one like that. Zintle Mali in again. There was a lovely bit of away movement, and Palesa Mapo just opens the face of the bat a bit, and it trickles away to the point fielder Seshni Naidu for no run.
This is wonderful bowling by Zintle Mali. She's just staying in that channel, swinging the ball away just around off stump. Always bowling a good length.
I suppose that's what a wealth of experience does for you. Being 30 years old, you've probably played a huge amount of cricket. That is on the full and on the leg side and smashed away to the cow corner region for 4 runs.
Wow, what a shot by Palesa Mapu. Where did that come from? She obviously just lost patience with this really irritatingly good bowling by Zintle Mali, and she's just walloped that from off stump through mid-wicket for 4. Great shot, and the DP World Lions will be hoping that now brings a bit of momentum to this innings, because they are 19 for 1 after 8 overs.
Hopefully a bit of release of pressure off the batters and will help them play a bit more freely these next few balls. Obviously Jade De Figueiredo has done really well to bowl 2 maiden overs, so hopefully that shot will have just been a bit of a like a breather for the batters in the middle. Jade De Figueiredo into Madison Landsman, and there was a bit of flight there, nice and full, and that's been driven to the extra cover fielder.
Landsman faced a couple of balls at the start of her innings from De Figueiredo and struggled a bit, so interesting to see how this goes.
Gone back to a rather full one, and that's been worked to sort of a short third man area. I think it came off the bats, went back pad and then travelled a bit, so a little bit of pace taken off considering it's hit 2 objects.
Almost the arm ball there by De Figueiredo. That's what Landsman has got to watch out for. She can't be trapped on the back foot to those.
That one's a bit flatter on the back foot again. Back foot defence and no run to that. De Figueiredo has been controlling her speed and her flight very well. It's been very impressive these first 3 overs. Very good flight. Her lengths have been brilliant. Can't fault her on anything really. Bit more length. Madison Landsman uses her feet, and that's a catch. Madison Landsman departs for just the 1 run, and the fielder Asamkele Kau.
She did really well there.
Shangase.
Shangasi did really well, rushed in from mid-on. But, Landsman will be furious with herself. It's the first loose ball that De Figueiredo has really bowled. Full toss, and she just mishit it to mid-on. But the Dolphins are well on top here. 19 for 2, the Lions, in the 9th over.
Nondumiso Shangas is someone you really can't take on in terms of fielding. She's an incredible fielder. When the DP World Lions were at Kingsmead, Nondumiso Shangas took 4 catches, 4 out of 4. Not one drop catch in amongst any of those. So proof enough of what a brilliant fielder she is. The captain, Nondumiso Shangas, she recently captained the South African emerging side at the Africa Games in Ghana, where they grabbed a silver medal and lost the game in the super over, unfortunately for the South African emerging team. Jade Figueiredo into Kirsty Thompson. Kirsty Thompson gives herself a bit of width and cuts that to the cover fielder. Kirsty Thompson also being a player for the DP World Lions who has a wealth of experience. Jade Figueiredo in against Kirsty Thompson, the right-handed batter. She uses her feet, comes down the ground, and she's keen for the single, but it didn't look like Palesa Mapo was watching or keen for the single. So that is no run. That takes the DP World Lions 19 for 2 after 9 overs.
That's a bit disappointing from Mapu. This innings really needs a bit of a kickstart, and a good way to do that is by having quick singles. Kirsty Thompson running to the danger end was keen, but Mapu just lacking the urgency really, which the Lions desperately need. 19 for 2 after 9 overs, which means they are now needing a fraction under 6 runs to the over to win this game inside 40 overs and claim the title. So that required run rate is really accelerating fast.
Sinclair Marley into the right-handed Palesa Mapo. That's a bit straighter, and it's been quite full and respected by Palesa Mapo. Defended for no run.
How can the Lions break the stranglehold? At the end of Marley's previous over, we saw Mapu play a phenomenal shot, a little short-arm pull from off-stump through mid-wicket.
And again, that's outside off, and she's flashed at that. There's a big appeal from the Dolphins, but the umpire is not interested.
And the bowler neither. Surprising that Marley didn't really go up at all.
Definitely is very surprising. I think if you're looking at this field currently, I see on the leg side, there's a lot of people hanging on the ring, and I think what Alexandra Kanda did really well is move across her leg stump and access that leg side. I mean, we don't have a square leg, so that's definitely an option. And again, it's rather straight. And Palesa Mapo swung hard at that, but it looks like she got an inside edge onto the toe for no run.
Yeah, you're right, Sarah. There needs to be a bit more manipulation. If you like, it takes skill. And Lions coach Sean Pretorius spoke during the week about the importance of being able to get the ones, to rotate the strike, not to let yourself get bogged down.
That's a beautiful straight drive, and that's been stopped for just a single. What a great fielding effort there by Nondumiso Shangas. See.
Big smiles by Shangas. Said, why not? It was a wonderful piece of work. And the Dolphins are really buoyant here. They can feel that they're putting the Lions under a lot of pressure.
Definitely. And I mean, with everyone hanging, I wouldn't say hanging, but I suppose if you soft hands is always an option. You can work it straight in front of you, because they're all expecting us to try and, I suppose they're expecting the batters to try and flash and get through the inner ring. It looks like there's a swap between Kiara Courtney Fisher and Seshini Naidu. Sinclair into the right-handed Kirsty Thompson. That's wide, and it's being cut through the inner ring for 4 runs.
Oh, Kirsty Thompson, beautifully played. She beat 2 fielders there, both diving one way to the right and one to the left, and it went in between them, beautifully timed by Kirsty Thompson. She's off the mark with a boundary.
That is one shot that Kirsty Thompson plays so well. One player you don't want to give width is Kirsty Thompson. There's been many occasions where we have seen Kirsty Thompson play a beautiful cut shot. Kirsty Thompson facing up to Zinhle Mali. And that's a bit straighter, worked around the pad straight to the rather squarish mid-wicket fielder on the ring. At the end of the over, that takes the DP World Lions to 24 for 2. With Palesa Mapo being on 8 not out, and Kirsty Thompson just recently getting off the mark with that 4. Jade Figueiredo coming in again to bowl. With Kirsty Thompson's experience, we'll definitely be getting a lot more, I suppose maybe just a lot more chatting, and I suppose coming in. So Tabete, lots of experience, a lot of talking between the two, understanding of the game. Jade Figueiredo in again, nice and straight, and that's been respected by Palesa Mapo for no run.
It's one of those that you kind of just feel that the momentum have shifted, isn't it, Sarah?
Just a tad, I suppose. Jade Figueiredo and again work to the leg side, and that will be just the 1 run. Gone through the mid-wicket fielder and picked up by Alexandra Candler, the cow corner fielder on the boundary.
Now momentum definitely shifted. 25 for loss of 2. This is after 10, and the Lions have made a big job of this. Lovely use of the feet. Just another single. Dolphins wouldn't mind this. They know they just get past that 40 over mark.
Yeah, I suppose Dolphins at the moment are going more defensive because they still have the option of losing this game and winning the One Day Cup trophy. They just need to make sure the Lions don't get a bonus point in order to win the cup.
They just need to make sure they get to 41 overs before the score is passed, and then it doesn't matter what happens from there. They would love to finish the season off with a win.
I'm sure they definitely would love to finish the season off with a win.
Oh, that's what made it so difficult. It's those good deliveries it's killed right into the deck. It's not even trying to go for maybe just a 1, get it into the gap, just work around the corner.
Yeah, definitely. I suppose when someone's bowling well, you've got to try and throw them off their line, throw them off their length.
He's basically just planted in the crease there. Another fantastic over, and it's just 2 runs from it. It's 26 for the loss of 2. They're going at a steady 2.4 at the moment, and they need to lift that up quite dramatically. They need 201 in 40 overs to take home the trophy and the title for this tournament, and the Dolphins just make sure they need to get to 41 overs.
Definitely. I think going at 2.4 at the moment is probably not the most ideal situation, but as you and both Ken have mentioned earlier, that it is possible, considering the Lions lineup, to get out of that by very explosive players or big match players.
But oh my word, don't you put a lot of pressure on them now. Because
definitely.
They can't just come in and play their game. There's so much at stake, and you can just hear the Dolphins, just the chatter is up. They keep talking to one another. The enthusiasm in the field has been fantastic by the Dolphins. We've got to give them credit as well.
Definitely been brilliant. They've put their foot on the throttle and they seem to keep on going, whereas the Lions have not been accelerating much, but there has been a tiny bit of an acceleration of late.
But the bowling has been fantastic. The Hollywoodbets Dolphins would just want their bowlers to continue what they're doing. The odd boundary here and there they're happy with. Kirsty Thompson playing a lovely cut in the previous over from Benetti.
Definitely. I suppose that's why the Lions have to probably be a bit more, I suppose, like we spoke about Alexandra Candler moving across her wickets and working that side that has the less fielders.
This one worked around the corner, a quick single, chance of a run out. Not a strong throw and a brilliant dive. And you can just see the intent from Kirsty Thompson. It's just come in and listen, we need to score runs. And she's picked up the intensity. Just not had the same reaction from the opening part. Mapo has just been caught on the crease ever so slightly.
I suppose that's what you get when you've had experience at such a high level. Kirsty Thompson having a few Protea caps, being involved in a lot of setups throughout the years. She was here with the Lions when they were still playing in white, so a wealth of experience from Kirsty Thompson.
Benetti, this one popped up in the air into the gap. Luckily, Mapo picks up another single, and finally it looks like the intent is there now. Let's get after it a tad.
Maybe a bit of a scare from the run out.
Hopefully a bit of wake-up scare there.
Yeah, possibly from that.
They definitely need to lift up the run rate. Benetti in. Going nice and full. And that's all the bowlers need to do is just keep bowling at their field. The fielders have been phenomenal at the moment for the Dolphins.
They definitely have been. I mean, even if they're standing on the circle, they've been very quick to the ball, also with the soft hands. So, very good work from the Dolphins here in the field and the start of the second innings.
Oh, this one worked down to third man. Another single, and just feel that the Dolphins are playing almost cats and mouse with the Lions. They're just allowing them the singles. You keep thinking you have a sniff, and it's just not enough. They need to pick that run rate up to about a 6 to the over.
Definitely. And it's definitely possible with singles and twos. It's just about piercing the gap and running hard.
That's the end of the 12th over. That's 4 runs coming from it. It is now 30 for the loss of 2. This partnership is on 11. Runs to win is 171. And the overs still left is 38. But effectively for the title, it's 28 overs.
Definitely. So a big pickup needed here from the DP World Lions in order to be able to clinch that title. Having finished second in the T20 log, they are currently sitting second in the One Day Cup standings, needing that bonus point win to clinch the title.
If you had to send a message out to them now, which one of these two would you prefer going hard at it?
I think maybe Kirsty Thompson. Palesa Mapo has the ability to accelerate very well. So I suppose who's more in at the moment. That was beautiful use of the feet, but unfortunately for Palesa Mapo, it's hit straight to the mid-on fielder. But that's the innovation we need. So maybe we should go with Palesa Mapo. She seems to be in and feeling the ball really well, seeing the ball really well. So Palesa would be my pick.
I would have to go with you on that one, especially hence the reason she's striking it at 27 at the moment. She's been playing a bit of Pac-Man. They're eating the dots. She's 9 from 34.
Yeah, definitely.
There's a bit of feet movement. This one up in the air. Is the catch going to be taken? Oh, just cleared the fielder. They turn for a second. Chance for run out. Oh, my word. Oh, everything is happening.
Drama all in one ball.
Oh, fantastic cricket. Finally, some intent. Clearing the infield. Good throw. Just couldn't gather. We've seen a lot of those today where the bowler just couldn't gather to take off the bail.
Mapo was showing. I realize that understand that her strike rate is really low, but it's really good to see that she's going, you know what, I got to take this now and I got to go. She understands the team situation.
She just can't pierce that black wall in that cover region. She's been picking out those two players quite often. Now 13 of 38, she needs to pick it up. Kirsty Thompson is 7 of 9.
Mid-on and mid-off being sent back to the boundary, about 5 off.
It's such clever cricket by the Dolphins. The last delivery, wouldn't have mind if she was on strike again. They feel they just have a number. It happens in cricket where you just have a batter that's just not getting out of the blocks, and the opposing team just knows they have their number on that day. But it's 13 overs gone, 32 for 2. The band is starting up slowly, and they want to get this Lions team going. They need to get 201 runs in 40 overs. That means another 169 in 27. But if they're going to go for the win, it's another 37 overs to get at 169. Kirsty Thompson, she's in at the crease. She's going to be facing Benetti for her third over. The first over went for 9 runs. The second over only 4.
And then the next, a maiden.
Next one was a maiden. So who knows? No. She said, what do you talk about a maiden? Kirsty heard you there. Benetti busy with her third.
Oh, Jade de Figueiredo's maiden.
Yeah,
Sorry.
she bowled the maiden. But that put them under pressure as well. Those 2 maidens just made it very difficult in the beginning. And then I think it was the 5th or 6th over that the third one in that power play came. And it's power play maidens.
Power play maidens affect you so much because this is your opportunity to access parts of the field that would not have a fielder, would have a fielder later on.
Hollywoodbet Dolphins just need to keep the boundaries down, which they've done brilliantly thus far. Bowlers just hitting hard lengths. And again, in what situation, what mindset would you be as the Lions? Because you're kind of comfortably second. Do you go for the win? Do you go for the title? You don't want to be 5 wickets down and missed it by, let's say, 20 runs in that 40 overs. You don't want to be in that scenario either. So, the mindset is so crucial for both teams now.
Ooh. Well bowled, Benetti.
Well bowled, Benetti,
Marley.
yeah.
Sorry, Marley.
Benetti has bowled that one brilliantly. Just passing that outside edge.
Considering her first over went for quite a few, she's done much better from the call-it drive end.
Yeah, changing ends this time, finding the inside part of the bat. Thompson nearly playing that one onto her pecs. Oh, the pressure. Pressure. Weird things what pressure does. Normally has phenomenal quick hands, does Kirsty Thompson. And just that, you can see a bit of laziness coming from her in that shot. Just trying to work it in the gaps instead of just hitting the ball.
Yeah, I suppose they've covered their boundaries really well in terms of how your bowler's bowling.
Back of a length. Lovely shot. And every single one of the ladies in black is just encouraging Benetti at the moment. She must feel like Superman with the wind at her back.
Very loud from the Dolphins in the field. They can feel that they're sort of on top at the moment.
Oh, lovely ball into the pads. Only thing you do there is work the one. And that's the end of another great over. Again, only 4 runs coming from it. It's 35 for the loss of 2. Benetti is 3 overs for 16 after her first one. Went for 9. So, run rate currently 2.5. They need another 166 of 216 deliveries. But for the title, that means they need to get it in another 26 overs.
Definitely. Bit of a tough spot to be in as the in-batters having all this pressure on you to reach that required rate and more considering reaching for the title.
We were talking about how the Lions would back themselves 200, anything around about the 200 mark, they'll back themselves to get it. Lovely feet movement. Just yorking herself there a bit. And it's so important to maybe just quick feet.
Definitely. You don't want to be caught with slow feet and then your hands have to catch up. with the ball itself. So, yeah, definitely can't have lazy feet.
Oh, outside part of that is a bit of purchase. There was a bit of turn.
About the 15th over, and we're getting the purchase that we've so been looking forward to seeing from Jade DeFigueiredo, knowing the integral role she plays in the Hollywoodbets Dolphins team.
Feet moving.
Oh, my
Oh,
days.
that was a very, very protective shot. She just made sure the ball does not get to her stumps.
Sort of yorked herself there again.
Completely, but it's such slow feet movement. They're charging, but also just very slow. Much better feet movement, a little bit quicker.
There you go, that's what you've been looking for.
And good fielding as well by the bowler. Oh, you can just hear the chirps going. You can just hear them talking to the batter and say, come on, go over the top. Go for the big one. Stand and deliver this time round, up in the air. Run out chance. Oh, this time round, not a great effort in the field. That catch should have been taken. The court's on the heels as well. The next one, a horrible throw to the keeper. She's still down. She's sitting. She can't believe it. Mapo is also just on her bat. She doesn't know what she's done. Oh my word, pressure. It's the pressure cooker is just starting to boil over. What is happening? Oh, see Kirsty Thompson just standing there. Just want to have a word with Mapo. Say, calm down. Let's just regroup. We're not out of it yet. Still an opportunity. Time for a bit of T20 cricket.
Time for a bit of T20 cricket. The drama that pressure creates is quite impeccable. Probably scary for the DP World Lions and entertaining for the public.
Another slow first run there by the Lions. Almost walking that one through is Mapo. And we come to an end of the over. 15 overs gone, 37 for 2. Oh, another 164 from 210 deliveries. Sarah, what are they going to call for? What's the message that's going to come out from the coaching staff?
I think at the moment it's just the intent that needs to be shown, looking for those gaps, finding those options. You can't let a bowler get comfortable. Feel at the moment the DP World Lions have let the Jade DeFigueiredo get comfortable. She's found her length. She's comfortable what she's doing, and now we've got these fielders out here, so that takes that going over option. Mm-hmm. So it's finding those options to make it a bit easier for themselves, not making their lives or their game so hard and pressurized.
Benetti in again. Oh, big swing. There was a noise there.
I thought I heard something, but you know what? Far away, maybe it doesn't travel. Did it nick the stump? It may have.
There was definitely a noise as it passed the batter. So there was something that it touched.
Looks
it
like
nicks the stump.
Nicked the stump. Bales didn't fall off. Must be carrying a 4-leaf clover in her pocket.
Oh, a rabbit's foot on the other side. Moving across, enforcing the wide. Lucky to be there is Mapo. But how lucky is it actually? Because she's 15 or 49.
I suppose that depends on who you ask.
Yeah. Sometimes picking up a wicket is not the main objective.
Definitely.
The Lions just digging themselves into a hole. Working this one down to fine leg. Just the one. We saw her batting outside of her crease.
I suppose that's the innovation you want to see from the batters that are currently in. You want to see them trying something new, trying something different, showing that they understand the team situation and understand what is required of them.
Normally when you go into chase, you want to break it down into small targets, build from there.
Definitely.
Nettie coming in just over that red line, Just inside, you can see Kirsty Thompson just dropping her shoulders.
Was hoping that one was a bit of a wide, I'm sure.
Yeah, just get that extra run, extra ball.
Definitely. Extras always help, and I mean, in the first innings, the DP World Lions had 15 extras. So their bowling innings, 15 extras, 1 no ball, 8 wides.
Oh, this one works around the corner past the keeper. Is it going to beat them to the fence? Yes, it is. It's finally a 4. It is 4 runs to Kirsty Thompson. Inside edge onto the pads, and finally something happening for the DP World Lions.
A bit of a breather, bit of a pressure release. I know it's not exactly creeping up the run rate a lot, but it's still helped nonetheless to get them into a more comfortable position where they feel like they can start expressing themselves.
It's so important to get the batter in that mindset of said, okay, that was 1, now I can get going.
Definitely.
Oh, just another wide. Benetti bowling so well, and now all of a sudden we saw 3 deliveries, 2 wides and a 4 just straying down leg side.
The earlier one, I'd say it was a lot of this to do with the swing, because early in her first over she was moving the ball miles, but this one was just falling over, I'd say, and pushing it down the leg side.
It's almost like that front leg is just opening up too much. Oh, and as we speak, what a fantastic delivery. After 3 very loose deliveries, she produces an absolute jaffa. Wicket time for the Dolphins and Benetti.
What a ball. That is a beautiful, beautiful movement. Knocked out the middle stump. That's what a bowler loves. Loves to see a stump fly.
Love to see a stump out of the ground. Us medium pacers with no real pace, we'll never be able to do that. But just knocking that middle peg out of the ground.
Just make sure they wet the
holes.
The holes, then you can get your stump knocked out the ground.
They'll have to put the whole Vaal River in there for me to knock a stump out of the ground. But 44 for the loss of 3. The Lions have made this very, very hard on themselves. Going at only 2.8, they need to get the runs within 40 overs. And this might just be becoming an uphill battle for the DP World Lions. The Dolphins are sitting nice and pretty. All the pressure is on the ladies in yellow.
Definitely is. We have Sunette Viljoen-Low, who's quite a big hitter coming in, a pressure reliever, if you'd like to say. And it is looking to be an uphill battle for the DP World Lions. We cannot take anything away from the Dolphins. They have bowled incredibly well in the first 16 overs. Benetti having a few loose ones in the first over, and then bowling 2 wides, and then a beautiful, beautiful wicket knocking out the middle stump.
Of the very experienced Kirsty Thompson, must be said as well. Fantastic delivery. Everyone dreams about that delivery, as the players just enjoy a bit of drinks with the fall of that wicket. And let's just recap, Sarah, because we've been emphasizing it for so much. For anyone who's just joined us, it is basically a final. Whoever wins, or let me rephrase, if the Dolphins win, they take home the title.
Yes.
But the Lions have a chance, if they pick up a win and the bonus point by scoring the runs within the 40 overs, they take home the title. So momentum is with the ladies in black. The team in yellow is facing a big battle. The batter coming in now, Sunette Viljoen-Low. She can clap it. She can give a big woik.
It's a good way to describe it.
She could really whack the leather of it. She can clear the fence, and that's what they need. Boundaries have been so rare, but they need 1 or 2 to go over the top.
Definitely, and I think Sunette Viljoen-Low definitely does have the capabilities of going over the field. Not that the other batters don't, but I feel it's probably more of a space of comfort for her compared to a lot of other batters. And yeah, I suppose she loves hitting straight. She loves using her feet. Yeah, I suppose it is a could be a bit of a pressure releaser for the DP World Lions with a big hitter coming in.
And with the big hitters, they generally have a singular mindset. If the ball's in my half, I'm going to go.
Let's just hope her mindset hasn't changed due to wickets falling.
Again, just look at the intent. Dropping and going. Mapo just not interested whatsoever. She just wanted to get on the other side. I think that mindset is fully functional what she needs to do for the team. It's 44 for the loss of 3. It is after 16 overs. And, difficult times for the DP World Lions. We're in for some fireworks. And this is the bowler that you mentioned.
Jade de Figueiredo.
Figueiredo just had the opportunity to settle and just bowling at them.
Yeah. They're almost letting her bowl at them. We've seen some innovation from Palesa Mapol, movement of the feet, which is brilliant to see. We didn't see much of Kirsty Thompson against Jade de Figueiredo. But Palesa Mapol on strike, and hopefully we'll get to see some Sunit Full-Yun Low against Jade de Figueiredo.
Feet again, but slow feet. Can't get to the pitch of the ball to really give it a strike. And just to show how well she's bowled, her 7 overs have gone for 8 runs, 3 maidens, 34 dot balls, and 2 wickets.
She's bowled incredibly well. Ooh.
Oh. Again, that feet movement for me is just the problem. It's not really dancing to it. It's almost just strutting to it.
Do you not maybe think the mistiming of the flight could be a contributor? Not used to such slow bowling being from the high felt.
No, this is true, but in the situation they're in, she's 16 or 50 at the moment is Mapo. I think she's the one that just needs to throw caution to the wind.
Yeah.
Like that. Is that into the gap? No, it is. And deep square is picking it up. Lobbing it in. And again, just a single for Mapo. The hand's not coming through the line there either. You could just see her confidence level is a bit low at the moment.
Definitely, but I think being in for so long, and we can't say she's given any half chances. So I say she would have the license to press on a bit, move a bit.
Bad. Looks like it was a bit of an arm ball, just carrying on with the line.
Don't know how that's missed, to be honest.
Oh,
Straight through the gap, sort of Sunit Full-Yun Low has come around it almost, instead of playing the line, playing with the spin, just come around it.
it's 45 for 3 after 17 overs. And you mentioned something very important. There's not really been a sweep, or even a reverse sweep. There's no one down on the fence on the offside. So even a reverse sweep with them bowling outside that off stump, just having a reverse sweep and just trying something different, because what they're doing at the moment is not working. So you've got to change up.
Definitely, I definitely agree. And I do think that Jade de Figueiredo has bowled those full balls that you definitely can't sweep. But there have been those balls that are reachable, that are not too full. But I suppose each batter to their own strength, and they just playing their game, which is, I suppose, what any coach would want from you. Maybe a bit of innovation probably needed in this situation.
I think where these ladies are, the level that they're playing at, I think it's almost expected that they, if your strength is not working, what is the backup plan?
Definitely need to have a plan B in.
Especially injured, and at the moment, Palesa Mapo is just batting the Lions into a hole. Can't pierce the field. The strike rate is on 30. Sunit Full-Yun Low has just joined us. She's just faced the 3 deliveries. Oh, just here, the Dolphin ladies are just talking to one another, just encouraging everyone.
Chirping away in the field, probably adding to the pressure that the ladies in the middle feel at the moment.
Oh, just getting off strike again is Mapo.
I think that's sort of the intent you need. Understanding that, I'm sure Palesa Mapo understands that Sunit Full-Yun Low is a big runner. Loves those quick singles. Sometimes dangerously so.
Yes.
but she loves those quick singles, and she's someone you can rely on to get those quick singles. So I love that. That was a brilliant piece of cricket.
She does every now and again forget who she bats with. That is sometimes to her detriment, but she is a fantastic runner between the wickets. Nettie coming in. Low, just can't pierce that gap. Again, just the slowness of that first single. The intent of running and putting fielders under pressure is almost disappointing from Mapo.
I think definitely in the situation, that is not really... We can't fault the Dolphins, but in that situation, you're only putting yourself under pressure. I think constantly understanding where the ball is so important in this game, because you never know what could happen.
Trying to run that one down to the third man fence, but just playing it into the deck, and you could just see him up, or just holding a helmet, just feeling the pressure, the frustration. And believe me, the Dolphins are letting her know
that there is a lot of pressure on her. I think Balesa is also quite an experienced player in her own regard, having been involved in academy setups for the Proteas and so on.
Just again worked around the corner, just not getting it fine enough, and also pinching the strike once again is Palesa Mapo, and she just looked at the dugout, which there might have been a little bit of a message just to her and say, listen, but in this situation, when you're batting in this situation, it's very important to understand where you are and say, okay, listen, I haven't had a great start, but let's reset. What do we need to do within the 40 overs? We need another 153. We got another 22 overs to get that in. Let's just reset and start all over. If she can now all of a sudden score the next 30 runs in 20 balls, that would make the equation a lot easier for her team.
Definitely would make it a lot easier for her team. But there you go. I suppose that's the intent she's sort of looking for. Maybe a bit harder on the first one would have been a bit more ideal, but I suppose she saw the field on the boundary out there and thought not gonna make the two.
We've seen so many grabs and misses and thumbles in the field. You just wanted to put some more pressure on the fielder.
Definitely, that would definitely be the more ideal way of looking at it.
Oh, drop catch. But that came back like an absolute rocket. You could just see her shaking her bowling hand there. That came back. Oh my word.
Looks like there's...
Figueiredo just even the umpire turning around asking her, you alright?
I know that's one thing that's is not the most comfortable situation to be in, when Sunette Viljoen-Louw has absolutely smashed that ball straight at you. You sort of put your hands there, but attentively, not wanting to have them there.
It's almost self-protection more than actually going for the catch.
Definitely, but that can be very dangerous for a cricketer, just sticking out your hands to someone who hits the ball so hard, as finger injuries are a big risk with big hits.
Oh, this time just picking out. Oh my word. When you're in a situation like the Lions are in at the moment, it just feels like all the green on the field has gone away. It's just shirts of black seas all around you. They cannot find any greenery at the moment. This time round, down the ground. Oh, but again, quick to the ball. Oh, the Dolphins fielding has been phenomenal.
Phenomenal, can't fault it. Except for maybe 2 drop catches, should we say? But that was lovely from Sunette Viljoen-Louw, use of the feet and just getting really straight.
Another dot ball. Mapo just closing out the over. They've reached their 50 finally with that single from Sunette Viljoen-Louw. It is 50 for the loss of 3 after 19 overs. Oh my word, going at 2.6 to the over. They need another 151 runs in 21 overs if they want to take the title home.
That is a very difficult situation to be in for the DP World Lions batters. And those batters coming in will have a lot of pressure on them as they are required to score almost 6 and over, which is, it's not impossible, let's put it that way. But at the moment, where everyone's just finding a fielder, it does add even more to the pressure.
It's not impossible. It's definitely doable. We see it in T20 cricket all the time. As Candler come in, and we've actually criticised how slowly the Dolphins also batted, and the intensity of the running in their innings wasn't great either. But that innings of hers of 89 is also now seems match-winning innings of her batting through.
Definitely, and I mean, if there was a battle from, I suppose because of the battle from both sides of the slowness of the run scoring, I suppose we can say conditions could play a role in that.
Oh, this time just finding the 45 is an Etwillian low with the first ball from Candler.
Even though I know this would probably be a very frustrating situation for a batter, just finding the fielder every single ball, but I just hope that Sunette Viljoen keeps her, mindset calm and just understands that she's making very good contact, which I'm sure she will.
Candler's got a very smooth action, very uncomplicated, very high action as well. We'll probably just aim at that 5 meter area. Just want the batter to play on the up.
Which would make it... Ooh. There's someone walking behind the bowler's arm, which is not ideal and well spotted.
You can see him just apologizing there. Might have just been in thought in this iconic ground, which is the DP World Wanderers. Oh, cuts away. Is it finally going to go to the fence? Yes, it is. You mentioned it. He's been striking it well. Just keep patience. Keep your composure. And a lovely shot by Viljoen Low.
And a lot of excitement from the DP World Lions dugout, banging on the sides. So I think from that, it's proof enough that they feel they're still in this. And I suppose I still do believe it's possible for them to do it, but the Dolphins have played so well.
Oh, this one worked. Oh, fantastic. Feeling chance of a run out. Oh. This time the fielding has not been great by the Dolphins, but the intent from the Lions is now there. Mapo all of a sudden calling Sunette Viljoen through for the run.
Definitely didn't think I'd see that, to be honest. Generally being more of a calmer sort of situation player.
I think she's realizing the situation is calling for something different.
And that's really good to see that batters are realizing that.
Work down to third man, who's on the fence. Thus far, 6 from the over.
This is the intent that we've been looking for these past few overs, which is great to see. And Alex Candler dropping in that short and wide one, which I've on occasion seen quite a bit. Short one is her bad ball, and Sunette Viljoen loves a short ball.
This one just back of a length, just picking out the 45 again. No chance of an easy one this time round. It is 20 overs gone. It's 56 for the loss of 3. It is an uphill battle for the Lions. They need 145 in 20 overs to clinch the title. They need a win with the bonus point. It's going to be very, very hard for them going forward from here. As we're just changing personnel. And thank you very much to Sarah, who's unfortunately injured. She's part of this Lions squad. She would have played today, and the injury just keeping her out. And joined by the legend, Ken Borland.
Hello, Kat. And, well, we have a T20 game on our hands now. That's the way the DP World Lions need to look at it. They need 145 runs in a ball shy of 20 overs now to claim the title. That's going to be a few runs, actually. Put away fine down the leg side by Palesa Mapua, and it goes for 4. And we've just seen a little bit of a shift in the intensity of Palesa Mapua as she now goes to 25. It's 60 for 3 in the 21st over. The other bit of good news for the Lions, apart from it being a not impossible T20 chase, 145 off 20 overs, is that the bowler that's caused them the most difficulty, Jade Figueiredo, is in her last over.
But how well she has bowled.
Superbly. That's now just the 16th run that she's conceded. She's only got 3 balls left in her 10th over. Excellent control, excellent flight. But one does feel that the Lions got a bit bogged down against her. You and Sarah Barber mentioned the lack of sweep shots. That certainly was a glaring omission. But shorter now. You see what pressure does. Suddenly, another scoring opportunity pulled away by Filion Low. And the Dolphins have in fact only used 4 bowlers so far. Candler just bowling 1 over. So they've obviously gone with the tactic that they're going to hit the Lions hard in the first 10-15 overs with all their best bowlers.
And also with the knowledge that they know they can lose this match and still take home the title. So whatever they need to do needs to happen within the first 40. And from there, it's smooth sailing.
Exactly right. So the Figueiredo to bowl her last ball now. She's gone for just 17 runs, taken 2 wickets. It's been a superb effort by the left-arm spinner. Oh, cheers, that's got to be close to RBW. It is. It's straightened on Palesa Mapua and hit her on the back leg. I don't think she can have too many complaints about that one. She's RBW for 26.
Every now and again a batter has a second movement after the ball has hit them, and then they see where they've ended up, and all of a sudden the umpire looks like he's made a mistake. But this time round it was from the live play, it just looked like a great call. That was crashing into middle and off. And I almost think that this is exactly what the DP World Lions would have wanted, to give themselves a bit of a go. She has been struggling. We know Mapo is a class player, but 26 of 66 deliveries. She's made it very, very tough, only striking at 40. And this is now the situation where you want your big strikers to come in, because you're basically playing a T20 match.
Yeah, exactly. Palesa Mapua was really turned into a beggar in terms of scoring opportunities by excellent bowling by the Dolphins up front, but she did find a lot of fielders. I was a bit disturbed also by the lack of urgency in her running. When you are struggling to get going, a good way to get going is by rotating the strike, getting the ones. We just saw in this previous over by De Figueiredo that you hit the ones and the twos, suddenly it just changes the bowlers' mindsets a bit. They feel a bit more under pressure. They suddenly give you a looser ball you can hit to the boundary.
Or just try something different, and that changes the complexity of their over. But how well she's bowled, picked up a 3rd wicket in a very last delivery. And this is one thing that we mentioned that Candler would tell them, is because she batted for such a long period of time, is how difficult it was to get the slow bowlers away. And now they've gone for spin once again with Fisher coming in.
Yeah, so just a 1 over for Candler for 6 runs. And De Figueiredo's final figures outstanding. 10 overs, 3 for 17.
Oh, a
Straight
bit of a
back.
crowd catch.
Yeah, bump ball. Kiara Fisher into the attack.
You can literally just hear the dugout go with that rapport. She's come out and joined Sinette Villian-Low at the crease.
The skipper, needs to take a firm hand on proceedings.
And how well she bowled as well. Oh, her 10 overs only went for 2 odd to the over. Brilliant bowling.
Yeah, 1 for 22 in her 10 overs. almost like a retired Lutheran sort of action for Kiara Fisher. Good fielding. Is that Candler again? Heavily involved in the game.
You can just feel the momentum shift. All the pressures on the ladies in yellow.
Another dot. Viljoenlo just struggling to get going here. We know how powerful a hitter she can be.
She can be so destructive, and I almost feel like she's playing within herself a little.
Again, a hard hit, but straight to the bowler. Sarah Barber mentioned the importance sometimes of just soft hands. You know, you don't always want to be bashing every ball at full power, especially if you're going to pick up the fielders. And that's where manipulation of the ball comes into play. Just popping a one. There's a lot of room on the leg side. Quite a straight mid-wicket. No square leg. And now the wide one gets past Viljoenlo as well. So that's a very effective over by Kiara Fisher. A maiden over. And it's 62 for 4 after 22 overs.
Yeah, it's one of those overs. A new bowler already settling into a line as well. Doing something different. Right armour coming around the wicket to the right-handed batters. And just making it very, very tough to score runs. And I agree with the soft hands. I just think at this scenario where we are now is go to your strength. Sanet Viljoenlo is a big hitter. She hits the ball extremely hard. Maybe just go a bit harder at the deliveries. Maybe just throw caution to the wind and say, we're in the situation. We don't want to be after 40 overs, still requiring, let's say, 40 runs. We still got 5 or 6 wickets in hand. Let's go for this. This is for the title. It's effectively a final. Let's really try and get to that 201 in the 40.
Leave everything out there. As so 7.72 is the required rate for the bonus pointer. Seshli Naidu joins the attack and tickled nicely around the corner by Rapu to get off the mark. Viljoenlo, I guess one thing she could have done, I know Fisher bowled quickish spin, but perhaps she could have come down the wicket a bit more to just try and disrupt the spinner a bit.
I almost feel she could open up that front leg as well, just hit in between that long on and mid-wicket area. That's with the turn, so not a great deal of risk.
I do have an interesting variation there. It's beaten the batter and the wicketkeeper Panini. Not quite going to reach the boundary, but they've run 3 bars there. Good 3 leg bars maybe. Was it bars or leg bars? Leg bars.
Yeah, finally a triple from the Lions. Bit of intent there. I think Rapo also knows the scenario. She would have come out with a message, no doubt, and say, listen, this is where we need to be at. Break it down into small portions.
Lads, that one nicely did Naidu. A bit of a Paul Adams almost type bowling action. And yeah, the Lions have got to hustle from here. They've got to really show a lot of intensity and urgency.
The weird part is Naidu probably wouldn't have been born when Paul Adams was in his peak.
The power of YouTube is that's going to be a single to long on. Yeah, it's always interesting to see former cricketers, their influence on the current generation.
Without even knowing it sometimes.
Well, I'm just speculating that it may have been a bit of Paul Adams' inspiration. That's a good delivery from Naidu.
Oh, hopefully that is a stock delivery, because that is beautiful. It's a quick action, but it's not quick through the air. Lovely length. All the pressure is on the DP World Lions.
Tiny bit of width and chopped on the head by Viljoenlo, but can't beat the infield. And so another tidy over ends. It's 67 for 4 of 23 overs. So the Lions need 134 more. off 17 overs if they're going to win this match with the bonus point and claim the title.
And I say again, that's kind of where the difficulty in mindsets comes in, because my personality doesn't always allow me to play the safe game. So if I was a coaching staff, I would have said, ladies, whatever happens, happens. We're second on the log. We lose or win, we're going to stay second on the log. We need to win with the bonus point. So let's throw caution to the wind. Let's go out. Rather be bowled out for 100 than not even trying.
Whether you lose by 20 runs or by 120, go for glory should be the rallying call.
Still got Evans into bats. Well, this time round, feed movement, what you were called for, Ken. No, just the one.
Just the one, but well struck, dragged a bit across the off stump to the long on. But at least there's a bit of intent. Yeah, Evans is a really good finisher, and they want to give her a decent number of overs to get in. There we go, another one. This is better from the line. Thinking of a second, there was a misfield.
Almost a bait and switch there by the Dolphins. Where's the ball? Where's the ball?
Never run on the misfield. Is that still coaching? Is that still put out there? Again, it's a nice cut, but they can't beat the infield.
And we always try and teach the youngsters never run on a misfield, but if you feel the field is under enough pressure, if you put him under that pressure, you back yourself. Whatever you do, don't second guess. Both batters are committed. Those normally come off.
Yep. Much slower from it's called dead ball. What's there? Someone moving. And the bowler was bowling.
Just mid-wicket, didn't look like it was quite in place, and was still moving to her mark.
So dead ball. She'll have to bowl that one again, Will Fisher. On the full, hits firmly straight down the ground, long off, gets across well, and keeps it to just a single. Good fielding by the Dolphins.
It's interesting ruling there by the umpire. Because normally when a fielder changes position while the bowler is running in, it's generally a no ball and not a dead ball. Where a free hit would have helped.
Yeah.
It's a net for Leon Lowe, maybe just to kickstart that innings.
So the end of the 24th over, 71 for 4. Lions need 130 more to win. But as we keep saying, to win the competition, they need to get that in 16 more overs.
Yeah.
Naidu is going to carry on from the golf course end.
She's a pretty exciting bowler. I haven't seen much of her, I must confess, but she just looks like she's got something extra.
Yeah, a bit of X factor, something unusual about her, and really impressive bowling depth for the Dolphins because they're without bowlers such as Klubi and Klaba, key members of their attack today. Naidu straight away lands the first ball of the over very nicely. If she can keep it there, she'll be in a good place.
And again, I love the quick action, but the ball is coming out of the hand nice and slow. So if she can learn to even control that, where the quick action becomes a quicker one, slower one, and also if she can grip and turn it from that area that doesn't go for a wide, she's going to be dangerous. Lovely prospect.
Yeah, I believe she was part of the South African emerging team that played in the Africa Games. Batted quite nicely as well today, scored 25. Down the pitch, but again overran it a bit. Did Filion Lowe, nearly yorked herself, and as a result, can't get it away.
making it very, very difficult for themselves as the Lions almost feel that that title is 80% down at the coast.
Yeah, 129 more needed. And at the end of this over, there'll just be 15 overs left. So it's not impossible. If it were a T20 game, you'd say the Lions are still in it. They have lost 4 wickets, though, which is a bit of a problem. Round the wicket now from Naidu. And that's a good blow by Viljoen Low. One bounce and over the long-on boundary. And one wonders why Naidu changed her line of attack there.
Yeah, it's a bit puzzling why she changed. I mean, they're not under pressure at all as the Dolphins. All the pressure is on the Lions. I mean, they could have just carried on the way they were. It's just the angle just made it so difficult, and now it's almost in a hitting off. Off Low.
Things are going well. Low straight down the ground this time. She hasn't got all of it. And the two fielders converge. Better throw needed for the run out. Oh, it was on, and the throw was just a bit wayward, and it rather leapt off the outfield as well for bowlers Naidu. So 2 more runs to the Lions.
Sheshni Naidu, still a very, very young player. Born very early in the year, 5th of January, 2006. So that means she's approaching 19 years of age. She's 18 years and let's say a half. So very young still, but oh, what a prospect. That X factor. And again, I do not understand this line of attack that she's bowling at the moment. We saw her getting a bit of a message, so we don't know if it's from the captain or maybe from the coaching staff.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense to me. I mean, it's making it very difficult for her to get an RBW, for one thing. There we saw her pitching well outside leg stump. And too short as well. Lucky to get away with not conceding a boundary to that delivery.
Oh, again, just so easy to work it around the corner. The angle of attack is absolutely making no sense. Chance for a run out.
Well, they threw for 2 again. It's all getting a bit frenetic out there. The Dolphins making a puzzling change of mode of attack for their mystery spinner, Sheshni Naidu. She was going really well bowling over the wicket. Went around and got a bit leg-sideish, and as a result, 10 runs have come off that over now. It's 81 for 4 after 25 overs, so 120 more needed to win in 25 overs just to win the match. But for the Lions to claim the title, they need to get those 120 runs in the next 15 overs.
And for the SA emerging side, her best figures was 4 for 13. That was against Nigeria.
Kiara Fisher will continue from the call at drive end. Use of feet again. Gets it on the half volley, but it's straight to extra cover.
For the off spinner around the wicket, I get it's the angle that is created and turning it back into the right hander.
Yeah, no problem with Fisher coming around. It's worked well for her. Another dot ball.
And with that action, she's almost just, as soon as he hits the deck, it's almost just squirting on to the bat, sliding onto the bat a bit quicker.
And stumped. Surely, yes, given out. Panini has got the stumping, and Kiara Fisher has the wicket. Viljoen Low charging down, beaten in the flight. And slick work by wicketkeeper Kwanga Panini, and very good bowling by Kiara Fisher.
Yeah, you got to feel that is almost it for the Lions and their title aspirations. They're still not out of it, but a couple of big overs is needed. The Lions still require 120. And oh my word, that's all of about 16 overs that's left to get to that 40.
Well, to give them some hope, I did mention earlier a very big run chase that the Lions had earlier this season against the Titans at this ground, chased down 260, 270 odd. And they were 5 down for not a whole lot in that game. And Jenna Evans, who is now coming to the wicket, she blasted 100 in that match. So all hope is not lost yet. If she can get a quick fire half century here today, the Lions could be back in business. 120 needed, or 14 and a half overs at 81 for 5. One would say the Dolphins are definitely firm favourites.
And Jenna Evans also the leading run scorer thus far for the Lions. Highest average for the Lions in this competition as well.
Very, very bright talent, Jenna Evans. But at the moment she's going to have a trial by spin. Always quite difficult as a batter to come in and get going against spin if you're not good at manipulating the ball around. Not good at the sweep, that sort of thing. And spinners at both ends now. Nice shot for none.
And what makes it so difficult is two completely different bowlers. You got an off, you got a leggy, but also the way they are bowling, their actions, the angles they're creating.
There's a lot to think about, for sure. Struck on the back leg, I think that's missing the stumps there. But the end of another very good over by Kiara Fisher. 3 overs, 1 for 4. So she's kind of picking up where Jade de Figueiredo left off, although from the other end it's 81 for 5 after 26 overs.
Between those two, they've gone for 21 runs in 13 overs and picked up 4 wickets between the left and right arm offies. Oh my word, 81 for a loss of 5.
So 120 needed off 14 overs. DP World Lions coach Sean Pretorius did say during the week that one of the focal points was to not get bogged down against spin. The importance of rotating the strike. Unfortunately, his team has just done that, I'm afraid. As you say, Kat, the spin holding sway here, and there's going to be more spin as Ngubani joins the attack from the golf course end. Lofted drive through the hands of extra cover and away for 4, but living dangerously there, Captain Khamotso Rapu.
Is that just a bit of luck that they need? Is that just what Rapu needs to get everything going?
Just bursting through the hands of Courtney Goondon at extra cover there. Hit hard. In Ngubani, it's very slow spin, which again is a contrast to what they have been facing. Oh, that one came into the right-hander, straight to mid-wicket, no run.
Yeah, they've just taken the pace off completely, and that's what's made it so hard for these batters.
Again, over the top from Rapu. That's a much more convincing boundary for the Lions captain.
Very confident that would go to the fence. It slowed down rapidly as it approached the boundary rope, but lucky for her, trickled into it. And that's, whoa, what an over this has been for the Lions. There's already 2 boundaries in it, and there's another 3 deliveries to go.
And again, a bit of a surprising tactical decision by the Dolphins. Seshni Naidu was going well. She's got a bit of mystery about it. It would have been difficult for Jenna Evans to get going against her. And that's a nice little single to square leg by Rapu rather.
And that's what we always ask from batters, is bats in the 5s and 7s. I mean, now 9 runs in 4 deliveries. Oh, all of a sudden the run rate is shot up to 3.4.
So Jenna Evans to face Ngubani for the first time. Bit short and slapped away to long off for 1.
The intent from Evans will be there from the get-go. She's off the mark. She wants to get going. Another 110 needed.
That might be a wide. No. Sadu Ngubane gets away with it, but 10 runs off the over. And yeah, one wonders why that change was made by the Dolphins again when things were going so well. It's just given the Lions a bit of a momentum in that over.
It's two very strange calls we've seen now in as many overs from this golf course end. Naidu bowling well, then being asked to bowl around the wicket, and then conceding a bit of runs. And now the first time that the Lions have got double figures in an over in their batting stint. That over went for 10 runs.
So it almost like it doubled the problem. Naidu changing from over the wicket to around, then concedes a few runs and is then taken out of the attack. Anyway, Fisher continues. Evans down the wicket and driving past extra cover. They can't get a second out of it though. Just the one.
I don't mind if it's just the one, but I would just love to see them actually turning around and show the field the intent. Every now and again you just lift your eyes as a fielder and the ball just slips through. Gives you that chance for the second.
100% run the first one a little bit more quickly. Very wide. And missed out on the drive. Must have been a bit of bat maybe. Surely that would have been a wide.
It was a softer sound, so it might have been just hitting the pitch, grazing the pitch on the top. There's definitely a noise. No reaction from anyone, so not a drop catch.
Glanced around the corner by Rapu. One can never get to. Yes, Rapu is coming back. That's better running.
That's what we were talking about. Just that intent. If you're going to put your bat down, put your head down, even if you get sent back, just show the intent that I'm ready to go for that second.
Yeah, sprint the first. At least give yourself a chance of maybe coming back for the second. Well flighted by Fisher. Nicely driven by Rapu down to long off. It'll just be one
It's another decent over thus far. Couple of runs coming from it. Still 2 deliveries left. Approaching that 100 mark.
Straight back to the bowler. Lots of flight from Fisher. The Lions could really do with a boundary, if not every over, then certainly every second over. It's a good tidy end to the over by Kiara Fisher. She's bowled 4 overs for just 8 runs. It's 95 for 5 after 28 overs. And the Lions need 106 in 12 overs to win the title. So that required run rate has gone up to 8.8 now.
Yeah, it's becoming very difficult. They need another couple of overs more of that 10 to the overs. Ngubane looks like she's going to continue.
She will. And I fancy the Lions are going to have to target her. They really do need a boundary and over now.
Oh, one big over of 17 or 18 runs.
This is the drive. It's a tantalizing spin, a lot slower than the other 2 spinners. She puts it out there. Dangles the carrot.
No one on that fence on the offside.
There's a long off, but yeah, over extra cover. Wide open. Another dot ball for Ngubane.
You saw already clear the infield in the previous over.
Oh, just popped up on the leg side. It will at least be a quick single.
Ngubane coming back in this over very well. 3 deliveries, only conceding the 1 run thus far after going for double figures in her first over.
There's wide open spaces on the leg side. I don't think we've seen a sweep this entire Lions innings. That's paddled around the corner. Oh, it was really better contact. It would have been 4 down to the fine leg boundary. Unfortunately, it's just a single for Evans. Takes her to 3. Total 97 for 5.
Especially with no fielders on that offside. And maybe a reverse sweep even could be an option.
Oh, that's nicely struck. That's well hit. Put away through the covers by Rapu for 4.
Finally, a lovely shot. Great timing. This time around, didn't try and hit it too hard. Just dropped the bat on it, and it brings up the 100 for the DP World Lions. 101 in the 29th over. Rapo playing a bit of a captain's innings. Going on nicely. Evans still one hitter straps, and again coming around the wicket. Now is the offie.
Oh, on the bounce, beats mid-wicket. It was awkward. And Evans wants the second. Well run, well run. She's got back for 2 to the danger end.
Wrong end for the Dolphins there. They should have gone to the keeper. Rapo was struggling to get back. Evans just put her head down and she said she's going for 2. And that's the intent that you want. And the captain is playing a bit of a knock here. She's going at better than a runner ball. She's one of the few batters who actually were able to do this.
Yeah, she's gone to 23 not out. Evans on 3. It's 103 for 5 after 29 overs. So 98 runs needed off 11 overs if the Lions are going to win the One-Day Cup.
As we see Marley coming back into the attack. Also bowled very well in the beginning. 5 overs, only going for 13 runs. But again, it's one of those things where the spin has been doing so well. And except for Kobani, who's gone for a bit of tap between her and Naidu, they've gone for 28 in the 4, which is not horrible in a T20 by any stretch of the imagination. The other 2 spinners have gone in their 14 overs for 25 runs and picked up 4 wickets. So the spin has been working.
Here's Marley to Evans. Nicely worked past the backward point. They must turn this into 2. Third man running around. Yeah, Evans will get back for the second. 105 for 5 now. Yeah, Marley's got 5 overs left, so I'll be surprised if she doesn't bowl the bulk of the remaining overs up until the 40 mark from the call it drive end.
But
one of the best bowlers in the team, none for 15.
No doubt, but if you look at the figures from Fisher, 1 for 8 in 4 overs, just let her bowl through.
Yeah, I suppose, the slog is on now, so spin may be a little bit risky, and Marley's bowled really well. She is the key bowler. As I say, that wide umpire Madondo, no. She's happy. It was close.
That was one that slipped through. That looked like it was.
Well, the Lions got away with a couple that were
on their side as well. Yes,
close to the line. So at least there's consistency in the umpiring. Off the pad, just a leg by.
Marapo also quick, the bat couldn't keep up. Picking it up there in the middle. Probably telling the bat, I'm going to leave you here if you don't get the middle now. But I just feel with the pace it's going to be easier to pick the gaps, work the ball, manipulate the field, where with the spin, Sarah alluded to as well, it's just so difficult to generate the pace with the lack thereof.
Yeah, that certainly is a factor as well. Tickle away. Bit of bad on that. Fine legs, got work to do. Half stopped, but well enough job done. And just a couple of runs.
In this over alone, we've seen 4 runs, 2 doubles that's just been dabbed and worked around the corner and just almost reached the fence on both occasions. The fielders had to do a lot of work to get to it.
Nice, handsome drive, but straight to cover by Khomotsorapu.
She would have aimed a little bit more to the left there, and that was another boundary for her. Just picking out the lady in black.
Boundaries are what will hurt the Dolphins now. They don't mind the ones or the twos probably. That just lost her shape a bit there, Rapu, but it's going to work out as it's away through mid-wicket for another couple of runs. And welcome back to Sarah Barber.
Thank you. So the DP World Lions currently 110 for 5 after 30 overs. They are needing 91 runs to win in the next 10 overs if they are to secure a bonus point win. If they are to secure a win without a bonus point, they have 120 balls left to get that 91 runs.
So the overall win is not too much of a ask, apart from the 5 wickets being down. But of course they need to win in 40 overs to claim the title, as that's bashed down to a long off. Fisher has changed ends to the golf course end. Kat Maloney will be happy about that. She's bowled really well though, must be said, in her 5th over, just 9 runs conceded.
Kiara Fisher coming right arm round to Khomotsorapu. Ooh, and there's a big appeal and no result for the Dolphins.
Good work by Panini again, behind the stumps, going for the stumping. And Rapu did well not to overbalance and fall out of her crease there. Beautifully bowled though by Fisher.
Again, that one's a bit short and that's been worked onto the leg side. One bounce to the mid-wicket fielder and that's thrown to Fisher. Not a throw that will get you a run out. A bit too high, a bit of a jump there needed by Kiara Fisher to grab that. Bit of a shake of the hand there, might have hit the wrong spot on the hand.
Yeah, just quite a hard throw to take for the bowler.
Definitely, but great running by these two in the middle here. Lovely intent. Fisher in again. That's outside off, and Jenna Evans goes back to it and tries and cuts it away, but unfortunately misses out on that.
Lions are definitely going to have to take risks now in these last 9 and a bit overs.
Definitely will need to. Jenna Evans not looking too comfortable, but that was on the back foot, punched away. Could it run away for 4 runs? And it does. What a shot by Jenna Evans, just piercing the inner ring off a lovely back foot punch.
Yeah, compared to some of the striking we've seen her display this season, she has struggled a bit in this innings to find that same timing, but maybe that'll get her going. She's gone into double figures now, 10 not out.
Hopefully it will give her the confidence she needs. Obviously we know Jenna Evans as a very 360 player, loves a scoop, loves a reverse paddle, anything under the sun behind she really loves, and that's sort of been a bottom edge, and that's a single for Jenna Evans that's trickled to third man. Very good running by Khomotsorapu and Jenna Evans. Lovely intent to see out in the middle here.
Yeah, the captain's doing a great job. She's gone to 28 not out. Evans on 11, the partnership with 36. And it just feels this is the do-or-die moment now, the do-or-die overs for the DP World Lions. 84 more to win in 9 overs if they are going to win the competition.
I just see there Diara Ramakan coming out into the middle, maybe a message or a glove change. But a bit of a powwow in the middle there, must be a message from the bench. But nonetheless, Khomoto Rapo has proved on many occasions how good she is at playing spin, and on display today again.
Yeah, I don't think the message will be too complex. It's going to be go hell for leather, basically, the Lions. Everything to play for.
Nondomiso Shangasi coming into the attack from the cooler drive end.
The 8th bowler used by the Dolphins, so they're missing a few important bowlers in this crucial match, but they're mixing and matching, and the players stepping in have done a really good job for them.
Definitely have. What a deep bowling attack they have. Jenna Evans on strike. Another back foot punch, but that's punched straight to the extra cover fielder for no run. Jenna Evans seeming to love that shot today, giving herself a lot of room to play the ball. Shangas, and again, taking the pace off that. That's gone straight down the ground. Could it be 4? Fielder cuts it off. And that's a bit of a hesitant 2 and a wayward throw. But that's just the 1 run. Very wide throw. So I think that 2 could have been possible, but rather safe than sorry in this situation. I'd rather expect from these 2 finishers.
Yeah, perhaps the first wasn't run quite quickly enough to make the second one viable.
There seems to be a bit of a swap in the field there. Candler gone out to long off, it seems, unless my eyes are deceiving me. Soft hands, and that's trickled to the backward point for no run.
Through the covers is one of the few areas where there's no protection on the boundary. No third man on the boundary either. Fine leg is up.
Fine legs up, and that's just work to the mid-wicket region. Nondomiso Shangase seems to be working a bit more of a flatter ball compared to a lot of the bowlers who are chucking it up. And it seems to be effective for her. And that is another dot ball to the extra cover fielder.
Yeah, one feels maybe Rapoor needs to think about targeting behind the wicket. Fine leg up, no third man on the boundary. She goes down the ground instead.
For just the 1 run. She can play behind the wicket, so maybe she's just not finding that the balls being bowled are the ones that she would usually play behind, unless she feels it's her responsibility to now stay in and not wanting to put the responsibility on the bowlers that are coming in.
Well, I think to have a dip at the title, to try and claim the silverware, the Lions need to really go from both ends now. 82 more needed off just 8 overs remaining for them to get that bonus point. So 10 and over they need now.
I think maybe if they have an over, a very explosive over, it could relieve the pressure a bit and make it a bit easier. Seshni Nadu coming back into the attack from the golf course end. Looks like she's coming right arm over to Khomoto Rapo, which we saw in her last few overs. She came round and became rather expensive.
Yeah, good to see her back to where she started over the wicket. Really couldn't understand why she went around. She has a long on and a long off in place. Again, third man is up in the boundary and no fine leg.
It's a bit wide and there's a bit of a swing at it, and Khomoto Rapo misses out. Looks like
Panini's asking the question for a stumping. She's been quite impressive with the gloves.
She has been indeed.
Kwanga Panini.
Originally also from Border, another one of the players in the Dolphins setup who is originally from the Border region. She comes from a Fort Hare University, and I think she's joined the Dolphins this current season. Naidu in again. That's very straight, and Khomoto has pulled that away onto the leg side to the deep square leg region for 1 run.
Lions are due a boundary sometime soon.
Maybe this will be what Jenna Evans needs to sort of press on a bit more, as she's played a lot of cricket with Seshni Naidu in the emerging setup, under 19 World Cup setup. So she's seen a lot of her, understands maybe how she thinks. I'm not sure, but it's a assumption that maybe you could make. But hopefully this will be something that Jenna will need to press on if the DP World Lions want to have a chance at that title win.
First ball to Evans was a beauty. Nicely flighted. Very straight. Good length. Not much she could do with that.
Naidu in again. This one's a bit wider, and Panini has to put in a lot of work to stop that, and that's been called wide by the umpire. 3 runs. I'm sure the DP World Lions will be happy with that. 3 run and a reball.
Little chat between the batters.
I'm sure with the situational understanding, Khomoto Rapo is just saying, come Jen, we need to push on a bit. That has been inside edge, worked away to the fine leg sort of region. There are 3 people after it, and it looks like someone has grabbed it, and they were looking for the 3, but only got the 2 off of that.
Lots of urgency in the Dolphins camp. They probably feel they've got one hand on the trophy now already.
Very likely to. They've quietened down a bit compared to what it was about 10 overs ago. Maybe that's because of the pressure that the DP World Lions are applying, but Seshni Naidu, and again that's a bit straighter. Jenna Evans gives herself room and punches it on the back foot to the long off region for just the 1 run. $77 to win of 103 balls. Khomoto Rapo on strike now after that single, and the ball's rather wide again. She flashes it over the cover regions, and it's running away for 4, and that's 4 runs for the DP World Lions. Brilliant batting from Khomoto Rapo, understanding the situation. She's very good at that cover shots going over the covers. Very good at playing spin too.
Yeah, she's hit a couple very nicely inside out over the covers. Good way to end the over as the band strikes up a celebratory tune. 73 more needed, and if the Lions are to get that bonus point, they've got 7 overs in which to get those 73 runs, so still at 10s. That over's kept the required rate pretty steady.
Nondomiso Shangas coming in again from the caller drive end, resuming her spell. The DP World Lions are currently 128 for 5 after 33 overs. Jenna Evans now on strike to face Nondomiso Shangase. That's straight. Jenna Evans uses her feet, knocks it to the mid-off region, comes off the mid-off, long on fielder.
What a throw
Just the 1 run off
from the
of
boundary. Hit the stumps. Just as well they didn't try the second.
They may have been in quite a lot of trouble if they did try that second run there.
They definitely would have been on their way back to the change room.
There seems to be field setting for Jenna Evans. Long on, long off, cover sweeper and cow corner. Change in hands. Khomoto Rapo tries the reverse, and Jenna Evans is halfway down the track. Another direct hit, but this time the DP World Lions capitalize off of the ricochet off the stumps.
And they get a single in the end. That's all Jenna Evans wanted in the first place. She had to run all the way back to the non-striker's end.
She's done 2 for 1.
Yes.
Nonetheless, very good awareness from the Lions, anticipating the ricochet off the stumps, or the reflection off of the stumps. And Khomoto Rapport trying to access this big gap here by third man, by changing her hands around, switch hitting / reverse sweep.
Yeah, it looked a little awkward, must be said.
Was a bit awkward, seemed a bit unsure halfway through the shot, or played it a bit too late. Jenna Evans takes a big hoik at it, hits it straight to the mid-wicket fielder, sort of on the inside of the bat, playing a bit across the line there.
Yeah, going at it very hard. There wasn't much timing in the stroke though.
Shangase in again. That's outside off. Jenna Evans gives herself room through the gap to the cover sweeper, just for the one run there. Still 70 to win, and we are nearing the end of the 34th over with Khomoto Rapport on strike. Oh, there's the reverse again. Oh, straight to the fielder. Unlucky there, but I love the innovation there from Khomoto Rapport.
That one was much more convincing. She played that quite well. The 50 partnership, by the way, is up between Rapport and Evans.
Good to see, probably what the DP World Lions needed. That's a full toss, and that's been pulled over the square leg fielder, and that's 4 runs to the DP World Lions total, taking them to 135 for 5 after just 34 overs. 66 to win needed. 66 bonus point win of the next 6 overs. And that's time for the drinks break. Nice full toss there. Big eyes, I'm sure, from Khomoto, but she connected well and straight over the square leg fielder.
So we're going to have a little break with the players as they have the last drinks break of the day. Just a reminder then, with the Lions 135 for 5, they need 66 runs to win off 6 overs now if they are going to claim the title. So 11 and over needed. Do join us in a couple of minutes for the exciting end to this match.
After that, welcome back after that short interval here at the DP World Wanderers. After the drinks break, the Lions and the Dolphins coming back into position. The DP World Lions are currently 135 for 5 after 34 overs, 66 runs to win in the next 6 overs if the Lions are to achieve a bonus point win and win the title. 66 runs of the next 96 balls if they are just to win this game, their final game of the season.
Well, it's all or nothing now, isn't it, Sarah, for the DP World Lions? They've got to swing for the hills.
Kiara Fisher coming into the attack from the golf course end. Jenna Evans move of the feet, and it's caught in the covers. Jenna Evans departs for 17 runs after the drinks break.
First ball after the drinks break. The intent was there, just the execution was not. Jenna Evans just not finding her best timing today, her best placement either. That was straight to the fielder.
And that means Sarah Nettleton comes in. Didn't have the best day with the ball, but I'm sure she can do some damage with the bat, knowing her. She loves to hit the ball hard. Loves bat on ball. And we've seen her hit some big boundaries before. So there's a lot of pressure coming in to bat as a bowler in this situation. I'm sure Khomoto Rapo is giving her kind words of advice and maybe to settle her nerves a bit, but I'm sure Sarah Nettleton will be rather confident in her ability coming in.
Well, she's got nothing to lose really. If the Lions don't win the game, you can hardly blame her. Not her job, coming in at number 8 to finish this off.
Definitely. But we do know, we've seen in previous games, Sarah Nettleton definitely does have the ability to hold a bat. So Kiara Fisher in again, nice and straight, and Nettleton soft hands and gets that quick single. What brilliant running. And they're going for a second as there was a misfield in the backing up. Very hard throw from the cover fielder that came in. I think that's Courtney Gounden. And just Marley missing out there.
Yeah, again, the value of the single, the tap and go, the setting off straight away for the quick single, it just can lead to a bit of pressure on the fielders, and 1 becomes 2.
But even as you mentioned, that's another back foot, soft hands, 1 for Sarah Nettleton. But even as you mentioned that, you can build in, you have 6 balls in an over, you can easily get 10 runs off of 2s and 1s. It's not only about boundaries. Boundaries are lovely to relieve pressure, but 1s and 2s can do the job. But
dead right, Sarah, no doubt about it. Especially in a 50-over game, the 1s and 2s are probably the difference between winning and losing.
Khomoto just steps away there, noticing some movement in her eye line possibly. Khomoto Rapo on strike with Kiara Fisher coming in around the wickets, and she edges that. The short third stops that, and that's just a single for Khomoto Rapo,
who's gone to 40 now. It's been a valiant effort by the DP World Lions skipper, bowled wonderfully and is keeping their hopes alive here with the bat. Slim hopes though there may be.
Definitely a valiant effort, an impressive one too by Khomoto Rapo coming in at number 6, the all-rounder position. Looks like the umpire is, or is it Sarah Nettleton just fixing her gloves? I saw the umpire glance to the side, possibly to communicate something with the square leg umpire. Kiara in again. And there's a big shout there for LBW, but the umpire is not interested.
Too high, I think, for one thing, but
Definitely think it's too high.
certainly the bowler winning the battle though. It's a dot ball as well.
Dot ball nonetheless, yeah. Bowler winning the battle there. Sarah Nettleton came in looking very eager for all those 1s and 2s, so dot ball nonetheless. Fisher in again, and that's flighted and straight. Sarah Nettleton knocks it. 2 bounces to the long on fielder, and that's just a single for Sarah Nettleton. Hit that one quite hard.
The Dolphins have bowled really well to their fields, not conceded many boundaries at all, and they've done a really good job of restricting the DP World Lions. We all thought 200 was a bit of a moderate total.
Definitely.
It certainly looks as if it's going to be enough to stop the Lions from getting a bonus point.
The DP World Lions are currently 140 for 6 after 35 overs. And there seems to be field restrictions, the start of the batting power play. So only 3 fielders allowed out the inner ring at the moment. And there you go, they're pushing out the fielders now. They've got long off, long on, and cow corner. So hopefully for the DP World Lions' sake, there may be an opportunity at manipulating the field in some other way. We've seen we've talked about the sweep and the reverse sweep, and I know for a fact that Sarah Nettleton loves a sweep. I've seen her pull off a double step sweep. Don't know if you've heard of that one before. That was a bit of a tentative, very unsure situation, a bit forward and a bit back, and just hung out her back to dry almost. Shangase seemed interested in something there, not sure what.
I think keeper Panini took the bails off again.
Shangasi in again to Nettleton. It's a bit wide and Nettleton flashes a bat at it, and the cover fielder picks it up, and that is a dot ball.
The Lions have just found the fielders too often. There's no cover sweeper on the boundary, and that was short and wide and really needed to go to the boundary.
Definitely something much needed. There's a huge hoik, and they were looking at maybe running a single, but at the end of the day did not. Must have hit a bit of her boots outside the line. Shangasi in again to Nettleton. Much straighter, and there's a bit of a shout. Umpire not interested in that shout.
But Nettleton just can't get Shangasi away at the moment.
She seems to be playing a bit across the line a bit, and Shangasi's bowling really straight. She seems to be targeting the wickets at the moment. Shangasi in again really straight. Sarah Nettleton hoiks at it, and they're looking for a quick single. It was a brilliant throw, but brilliant running from Khamotso Rapo, very quick between the wickets.
60 more needed for the win.
Or 5 overs. Their dreams of the title are slowly running away. Very straight. Khamotso tries the reverse again. Didn't get much contact, but they still get the single nonetheless. Goes quite far to the left of the point fielder. But the innovation is brilliant. Love that cricketing thought there. That takes the DP World Lions to 142 for 6 after 36 overs. They need 59 runs to win off of 84 balls, but bonus point when they have 24 balls left, which it is starting to seem near impossible to reach 59 runs in 4 overs, unfortunately for the DP World Lions.
Yeah, that required run rate has ballooned out to just a fraction below 15 to the over now, so I think barring something miraculous, the Dolphins will take home the One Day Cup silverware at the end of this match, whatever the outcome, win or lose. And well done to them, because they've set the pace in this competition from the word go, and they've been really outstanding in the field this afternoon, defending a total of 200.
Kiara Fisher coming from the golf course end, resuming her spell. That's rather straight, and that's just pushed to the covers for no run. Hollywoodbets Dolphins sitting currently in position at the top of the log for the One Day Cup. And Kiara in again, and that's a bit on the leg side stump line, and that swept or pulled away to the leg side boundary, and a bit of a misfield there. Just came off the hand and ran away to the boundary for 4 runs.
So the first proper sweep we see, it goes for 4.
Brilliant work.
Crying out for more of those
It seems like the
shots.
DP World Lions just never really got comfortable enough to express themselves, possibly. We're really seeing Khomotso Rapo expressing herself quite a bit here, playing the shots we've seen her play in other games. That's a bit straighter. Another sweep. That's a beautiful shot. Smashed past square leg for 4 runs.
Superbly struck by Khamotso Rapua. And that's the way you disrupt spinners. And it's really been the spinners, backed up by some really good pace bowling from Zintle Male. But otherwise it's been the spinners who have really been the Lions' downfall this afternoon.
Definitely. As you mentioned earlier, they've sort of gotten comfortable just being bogged down by the spinners, letting the spinners bowl to them rather than going after the spinners. Khomotso Rapo currently now on 49 not out.
2 fielders on the leg side boundary now, one behind square, one at cow.
Ooh. There was a bit of a... That's 50 up for the DP World Lions skipper, Khomotso Rapo. Very well played, skipper. You've done your team proud. There's huge knocking on the dugouts. Celebrating her 50. What a valiant effort, Khomotso Rapo.
Yeah, she's batted really well. Just brought some urgency to the middle order. Unfortunately, it's probably going to be too little, too late. Good piece of fielding there by Zintle Male. Was interested in the catch, but in the end couldn't get there. Put her body on the line though to cut the ball off. Just a single.
Kiara in again to Sarah Nettleton. Big hoik, but there's a fielder there. Will Nondo get there? There's a dive forward and unfortunately drops short. Very close. Sarah Nettleton hitting her pads in frustration and dropping her bat. I'm sure she understands as it went in the air. Oh no! But luckily for Sarah Nettleton, dropped short. Kiara Fisher a bit wide, and Khomotso's flashed over points, and it runs away for 4 more.
Oh, it's wonderful batting by the Lions skipper, showing the way for some of her teammates. Just a pity for the home side that she didn't get similar sort of urgency and support from those around her. So that ends the 37th over, 156 for 6. The Lions 45 to win, off 3 overs for the bonus point and the title, but off 78 balls just to win the game.
It may seem impossible at the moment, but you never know. It's not over until it's actually over. Khomotso Rapo has just showed us some beautiful, beautiful cricket shots. So at the moment, Nondomiso Shangazi is coming from the caller drive end, and I'm sure the Lions are looking to get Khomotso Rapo back on strike. That is hit straight back to the bowler by Sarah Nettleton.
Yeah, Rapu is the form player at the moment. She's in. She's scoring quickly. Certainly makes sense to get her on strike.
That's a bit slower. Nettleton tries to work across the line, and that's the 1 run, bringing Khomotso Rapo back onto strike.
Yeah, she set off even before the ball had reached the fielder. She backed herself. Whatever happened, she needed to get down the business end.
Business end to see what she could do for the DP World Lions, needing 44 runs in the next 16 balls if they are to clinch the bonus point win. Nondomiso Shangazi, and again that's outside the line, and Khomotso Rapo just has to respect that ball for no run. Probably feeling a bit of the pressure right now, but she's doing so well for her team. That's a bit straighter, and Khomotso Rapo sends Sarah Nettleton back very close to being a run out. She just worked that sort of to the mid-wicket region. It trickled very slowly, but it's good to see the want for the runs and the desire. Shangazi in again, and there's a bit of a sweep shot. 1 bounce to the fielder out there. to Jade the Figueiredo, and that is just the one run for Khomotsorapo. Love the intent. Those sweep shots are just coming off for her at the moment. Beautiful to see.
She certainly looked the best sweeper in the team today.
Definitely has. Sarah Nettleton going for the sweep. It's a bit full. Courtney Gounden gets a hand on it. They're going to look for the 2. Sarah Nettleton's on her way back, and it's close to a run out. Sarah Nettleton nearly runs into Gwanga Panini.
And the throw as well.
Yeah.
In the same vicinity. Gounden getting an important half stop there, because otherwise that would have probably run away to the unprotected fine leg boundary. But the end of the over, 38 gone, 160 for 6.
41 runs needed off the next 2 overs to clinch the bonus point win, but 41 runs needed for just a win. 41 runs off of 72 balls.
So Rapu has gone to 55, Nettleton to 9, the partnership with 25. And
Looks like they may be bringing the seamers back on after it seems Khomotsorapo has gotten quite comfortable with the spin bowling attack.
yeah, so 41 needed off 2 overs for the bonus point win and the title for the Lions. But Zinhle Mali, who's bowled 6 overs for just 19 runs today, she's been really excellent. She's going to switch ends and come back from the golf course end.
Right arm over to Khomotsorapo. It's very straight. Tries to work it around the pads, and that's just a single there to Khomotsorapo. Beautiful, nice and straight, just nips in a bit, was sort of the leg stump line, and Khomotso just works it around her pad a bit. Probably not enough pace off of it to get it a bit further, but nonetheless it's still a run.
Well, it was off the pad as well, so it was a leg by. Ooh.
Big waft at a wider ball, and Sarah Nettleton misses out, and that's a dot ball.
Yeah, she was too much on the move there. She didn't have a solid base from which to play.
Looked like she backed away a bit because it was already pitching quite wide, and then her movements away from the ball almost.
Yeah, and then she had to try and reach it, and so it was all a lot of different movements going on there. Very difficult to keep her head still when all of that's going on.
Definitely, and what you want for a solid strike of the ball is still head. Nice and straight, Sarah Nettleton hoiks at it, but the hoik is unsuccessful and goes nowhere. Probably hits into her boots.
It looked good. For a moment I was looking out over mid-wicket, but yeah, the ball was lying between her legs.
Yes, I was also I thought I saw the ball go there. There's a bit of a railing in front of us, so sometimes the ball gets lost in there a bit. Marley in again to Sarah Nettleton. Straight to Sarah Nettleton, hoiks at it, and it's gone straight up. Marley's under it. Will she grab it? She drops it. Zinhle Marley drops a catch.
She's only got herself to blame, of course, but one wonders if the wicketkeeper might have been a better option to come up and take that one.
That's what I was sort of thinking. I thought maybe the wicketkeeper might have been a safer option, and as a bowler, I'm not saying it's impossible, but sometimes it's really hard to come down from your follow-through sort of action, come up, sprint to the other side of the pitch and take a catch.
Absolutely.
It is possible, but also gloves are so much easier to catch the ball with. Saw the movement earlier and has taken that wide. That's a dot ball.
Well bowled by Marley. She certainly deserves a wicket today. She's bowled very well.
She has indeed. That ball right there just shows the experience. See the batter move early, so you move away from them. Make it difficult for the batter to play. That's incredible bowling from Zinhle Mali. Khomotsorapo on strike, facing Zinhle Mali. That's straighter. Khomotso drives at it, straight to the fielder, but they still take the single there. I don't think the Dolphins are too worried about that single. They trying to just reduce the bonus point win. The Lions are currently 163 for 6 after 39 overs. They need 38 runs to win this match. Unfortunately, I think we're going to have to assume for the DP World Lions that they are out of contention for the bonus point win.
Yeah, barring extras. No balls and wides and some pretty incredible hitting. That's it. The One Day Cup will be going back to Hollywoodbets Kingsmead. And the Dolphins can pretty much heave a sigh of relief, as it's been mission accomplished. Coming back to Johannesburg, they've been under pressure for a lot of the day. It's been a tense day at the Wanderers for them, but they've come through in the end, surely with the goods.
Shangase bowling it nice and straight. Khomotso Rapo working it around the pad. Looks like it's going to be 2 runs to that cow corner sweeper, who's worked really well to get around that far. 2 runs to Khomotso Rapo, who's currently sitting on 58 not out. And Sarah Nettleton surviving after that drop catch from Zinhle Mali, and she is currently sitting on 10 runs. Khomotso Rapo, it's very straight, and she's heaved it straight. Will the fielder get there? No, drops short of the fielder, and that is just the 1 run there to Khomotso Rapo. Taking the DP World Wanderers to 166, DP World Lions to 166 for 6. Bit straighter, very good length. They're taking a risky single. Luckily, Khomotso Rapo is so quick between the wickets for the Lions. That is very quick running. I don't know about good, but I suppose we can say good with that speed.
Well, one wishes there was just a bit more of that sort of urgency in the first half of the innings.
Definitely.
Particularly in the first power play. Sometimes you've got to gamble a little bit in the running between the wickets. Just try and put some pressure on the fielding side. Not doing anything stupid, but as you said, the tap and go sometimes can
work wonders. That's been hit for just no run. I suppose the first over, I had a bit of from the look of the first over, you thought the intent was really there. And then it sort of died down a bit, and then the intent picked up for a few balls, and then Nonkululeko Tabete departed. Oh, Khomotso Rapo just spoons that in the air, and point stretches all the way forward, diving forward, and misses out on that catch. It just dropped short.
Another good effort by Seshni Naidu. Diving full stretch forward, came in quickly, just couldn't get there.
Lions taking a single off of that, and Sarah Nettleton on strike just outside off, and Sarah Nettleton bangs it straight back to Nondomiso Shangaze.
And now the celebrations start for the Dolphins, as they know they've won the One Day Cup. That's it, 40 overs gone, 168 for 7. And Shangaze, who's a bit of a talismanic player for the Dolphins, takes a wicket off the last ball of the 40th over, return catch, and well done to her, getting rid of Sarah Nettleton for 11.
Khomotso Rapo on one knee there, looking very tired and probably feeling the pain of the loss. What a valiant effort from you, skipper. Great cricket all round from you today, Khomotso.
And we have a change of commentary as Gert Maloney rejoins me. And Gert, it's going to be a lot of disappointment for the Lions. I think they'll be looking at that power play in particular.
Reflection. That power play, first over went well. Those 3, I beg your pardon, the voice is going there as well. All the screaming went the octave or 2 up there. The 3 maidens in that power play was the big thing. The intent of the top order was the other. If they had this sort of intensity that we're seeing from Rapo, we saw from Thompson, we saw from even Evans and Nettleton, if they had this sort of intensity, I think we would have had a different conversation.
Yeah, they've only finished 33 runs shy of a bonus point win, as Mali continues a bit shorter, pulled, another one, yes! straight to mid-on. 2 wickets and 2 balls for the Dolphins. They are rampant.
Oh, and it's the captain, Rapo, who played a brilliant knock of 60. She was the one who wanted to put her hand up and say, we can do this, and she nearly took her team home. She bowled brilliantly, batted a fantastic innings. And oh my word, the Hollywoodbet Dolphins celebrations are going to be rampant and wild tonight.
Well, it's been a long season, and they've come home with the spoils. Hit straight to Shangase again. Took a wicket the previous delivery, caught and bowled, and now she's taken one for Zintle Mali, who has deserved the wicket, and she's finally got one. 1 for 21 in 7 overs and 1 ball, as Letloho Miso comes to the crease to join Samantha Skitter. And we've been so focused on the bonus point win that the Lions might actually miss out on the overall win as well. Still 33 runs to get, but they've only got 2 wickets left in hand, as Mali will bowl to Miso.
Miso not known for her big hitting and batting. Those 33 runs might be very far away for the Lions at the moment. Mkize also not known for her batting.
Yeah,
so,
there'll be a sense of deflation as well in the Lions camp. They'll be gravely disappointed. Dan Miso keeping it out to short cover.
Yeah, it's 168 for 8. Just missing out. Like we said, you don't want to be 5 or 6 wickets down, and 23 or we were talking about 15 short. Lions got so close, but all the credit must go to the Hollywoodbet Dolphins. Great bowling effort.
Oh, full and just outside off stump and beating the bat. Bit of shape away there from Zintle Mali. Beautifully bowled.
A ball that is 40 overs old, swinging that much is a rarity.
She's got a bit of a round arm action, so it might have been a bit of reverse.
It might have been, because that one went quite a bit.
Oh, very well bowled again. Miso has somehow managed to get an edge down to the 3rd man boundary for 4.
The good old-fashioned educated edge has gone down to the boundary. It's 172 for 8. And, the Dolphins they would just love to finish it off now with a win, wouldn't they? Just that last nail in the coffin for the Lions.
Yeah, I don't think it'll matter too much when it comes to the celebrations, but always nicer to win the trophy when you've won the last game as well. Just makes the victory drink a bit more sweet. Tip and run, and safely through to end another excellent over from Zintle Mali. 173 for 8, 41 gone.
Yeah, it just makes fine so they go down a little bit easier as well if you won the game. Drinking with the right hand then.
So 28 more to win for the Lions with 54 balls left, but just 2 wickets in hand. And I wonder, we're going to see Shangasi continue from the caller drive end, bowling her 6th over. The 8th bowler used by the Dolphins, and she's done a very good job. 1 for 20 so far. The other outstanding bowler as well, Jade De Figueiredo, came on, bowled the 3rd over, the left arm spinner, and outstanding. 3 for 17 in her 10 overs. Kiara Fisher 2 for 34 and 10, as that's just pushed through extra cover for 1. Also impressive, Seshni Naidu rather, 3 overs, none for 19, but she bowled a bit better than that, except when there was a rather perplexing switch to around the wicket for her. And,
just holding that one back.
Zintle Mali, 8 overs, 1 for 26, has been excellent as far as the seam bowling goes. quicker, but lofted up, and a dolly of a catch to extra cover. The end of Samantha Skidder for a duck, and it's 174 for 9.
That's a bit of fielding practice there, and it's that deflation that I feel you mentioned that might be the problem, and it looks like the Hollywoodbets Dolphins are going to finish their season off with another win, and well-deserved champions they would be. They were top of the log, finished top of the log. This was basically a final, and the BMT came through, and the big match temperament taking them home. One more wicket to get, bit of a nothing shot there. And as I said earlier, Mkhize not known for smashing it out of the park.
She is a number 11. Sarah Barber, I seem to recall in the morning, kind of intimated that she is a proper number 11.
Damien Martin sort of number 11.
I know Damien Martin was a proper batsman. He had one of the best cover drives.
Oh, I beg your pardon. It's
Who
Martin,
you
the bowler of
Aubrey
New
Martin,
Zealand.
maybe?
Yes.
Oh, Chris Martin.
Chris
yes,
Martin, I beg your pardon.
Well, Mkhize survived the first ball.
That was better than Chris Martin.
So 27 more needed to win with just one wicket in hand. And you feel the Dolphins really the undisputed champions now of the One Day Cup. Mkhize will get off the mark with a little tickle down towards third man.
Never any thoughts in her mind of a second.
She'll probably take one not out to boost the average by a percentage point.
Messers actually looked pretty decent with the bat. But it's such a lovely position to be in when you are the fielding team, when the scorer next to me is more under pressure than you are.
Yeah, hats off to the Dolphins. I think we all felt that their total of 200 was probably not going to be enough to prevent a bonus point win, but they've defended that total like tigers, like sharks maybe even. They've been voracious in the field, bowled superbly, and all credit to them as the 42nd over ends, 175 for 9.
It just makes Candler's efforts opening up the batting so much better, because she stood there 89 runs. We criticised the strike rates a little bit. We thought she could have showed more intent with her running. Felt that she left 100 on the field as well. And now it's one of those match-winning innings that she played.
Yeah, perhaps this pitch has been a little bit sticky, maybe a bit difficult for scoring, bit of nibble there. Certainly no one has really hit through the line with ease. As Fisher returns. And obdurate defensive stroke by Mkhize.
That ball was going nowhere.
How long can Mkhize keep this up before she has a swipe? There we go.
Not too long.
Straight up in the air and caught by extra cover. There it is, the moment of victory for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins as they swarm the field, they embrace, they hug, they cheer, and a well-deserved victory for them. By 25 runs, they have bowled the DP World Lions out for 175.
Fantastic stuff by the Dolphins. Well-deserved champions, and a big round of applause to them. It is going to be a long Saturday night for them. So well done to them, their coaching staff, to everyone involved. Congratulations. The cup goes back to Kingsmead.
Yeah, Coach Angelique Tai, former Proteas player, she'll be delighted. And the Dolphins have won their 6th game out of 10 in this competition. And they are worthy champions because they've topped the log by 9 points over the Lions, who I think will be bitterly disappointed that they let a chance to win this competition slip through their fingers. They needed 201 in 40 overs to do that, and they just got totally bogged down in their innings with the bat. But credit too to the Dolphins for some excellent bowling and not forgetting that they're missing some important frontline bowlers from that attack. They used 8 bowlers this afternoon, and they got the job done.
Except for 1 or 2 questionable decisions from the captain. I think she captained well. The fielders were on song. Their fielding was excellent. They cut off a bunch of runs in the inner ring. Catches were taken when it mattered. But congratulations to the Hollywoodbets Dolphins, victors of this T20 competition. Oh, sorry, the 50 over competition. It's been a long competition, as you mentioned. The girls, ladies have done a fantastic job. Quality cricket all round, and you can just see the admiration between the two teams. It's hugs. The disappointment must be massive for the DP World Lions, but just the hugs and appreciation they have for one another just shows the camaraderie that comes with team sport. But again, the DP World Lions would have felt they had it in their grasp, and it was just snatched away by the Hollywoodbets Dolphins.
Yeah, and their captain, Nondumiso Shangasi, will be the one lifting the trophy in a few minutes. She brought herself on as the 8th bowler. She contributed well with 2 for 22. Came on in the dying stages of when the match was still a contest, with the Lions finishing just 33 runs short of their target after 40 overs. And then you could just sense the balloon had burst, and they subsided to 175 all out. So don't forget, these two teams will be playing a T20 game here tomorrow morning, starting at 10 o'clock here at DP World Wanderers. It will be televised on Supersport, but don't forget that we will have the men's T20 match between the Momentum Multiply Titans and the AET Tuskers for you on the Supersport YouTube channel and on Pitch Vision. That's going to be played at Supersport Park from 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And so we do hope that you will join us. And Gert Maloney will also be part of that commentary team. So
yeah, it's myself, David, and man, we haven't heard in a while. Otto. Simon is going to be joining us.
Beat me to it, Gert. That was meant to be my little chuckle to end the day. But thanks very much to you, Gert, and to Sarah Barber for joining me on commentary, and to our Pitch Vision team, which has been a one-man team today of Wayne. He's done a sterling job, and we do thank you for listening in on us. Goodbye and have a good evening.